Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. We will start in like 5 minutes our deliberation, so I invite you to grab coffee or some water to refresh yourself. We are just waiting for one speaker to arrive, and we will start, as I said, like in 5 minutes. So once again, good morning to everyone, and very warm welcome in Černý Palais, the premises of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are really proud to be able to hosting you at this occasion. Obviously, as all of you are aware, we are now actually facing, I would say, some challenging circumstances due to the pandemic, so we have to observe certain rules of procedure, which actually basically mean that we should keep the social distance measurement, which actually is implemented by the seating order. So I would kindly ask you to keep throughout the day your seats that are reserved for you. As well, as you know, in this country, based on the decision of the government, the face masks are obligatory while indoors. So we again kindly ask you to observe this rule, wear your face mask unless you know, eating or drinking during the breaks, and unless talking to your mics. And finally, for your safety, there is a disinfection available at your convenience, so do not hesitate to use that. We apologize for that, but obviously it's for our safety, and we thank you in advance for your understanding and collaboration. One more technical point before I give the floor to Mr. Deputy Minister. Due to technical, or I would say technology issues related to our online connections to speakers who chose to not to participate in person, it might be necessary to put this headsets on because you might not be hearing the audio. So I understand it will be later on confirmed by our technical support, but this is the reason why you got the sets in front of you. So once again, very warm welcome, and with other due, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Aleš Chmelař, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will welcome you in Černý Palais at this occasion on behalf of Minister of Foreign Affairs Tomáš Petříček, who unfortunately, due to other engagements, was not able to join us today. So, Mr. Chmelař, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, dear Rector, distinguished colleagues, it is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Minister Petříček at the Černý Palace. Unfortunately, in these circumstances, I will remain seated as not to make from this pedestal connection point for infections, maybe. But what I have to underline is that we are very proud to host such an important event, even such under difficult circumstances. And indeed, the COVID-19 outbreak is a very strong reminder how important is science for our health, security, and well-being. No one could really doubt that without the high-quality research, we will be able to get the pandemic eventually under control. Top research and innovative teams are working now tirelessly in order to develop new vaccines, new drugs, and tools to treat patients in grave conditions, and measures to trace and mitigate the spread of the infection, of course, also including testing capacities. We have, in this respect, seen really unprecedented efforts of the researchers, healthcare experts, administrative bodies, and the private sector to work hand in hand in order to meet the challenge. New partnerships have been created based on the willingness of the scientists to reach out and provide their expertise. This evidence-based knowledge has been and will be critical for a successful response to COVID-19 and for an informed decision-making to protect lives and economic stability. And this lesson should not be forgotten, and I hope it would be a positive lesson for the realm of science and of research. It should not be forgotten, rather it should serve as a boost for ongoing efforts to bridge still existing gaps between the academic, public and private sectors. In this respect, it can really be a good lesson. It is indeed critical that universities and research institutes are capable and willing to mobilize resources in order to respond to the demands of general public by developing healthcare products, services and applications. Obviously, it does not apply only to the situation of a crisis, or it should not apply only to a situation of a crisis. A scientist is guided by his or her curiosity and desire to understand the world around us. However, any excellent research, both basic and applied, is capable of laying ground for new solutions and technologies addressing urgent social needs. Nevertheless, the process of converting new discoveries and new technologies into products and services is not always easy and requires a lot of courage, efforts and support, also from the policymaking, of course, in all the areas, be it life science and healthcare. So in this respect, building new startups and spin-offs is a very demanding task involving many risks, obstacles and potentially failures. Needless to say that there is no simple solution that can be copy-pasted for all cases, and we see it very much in this crisis. However, despite the differences between the countries and regions in terms of their regulatory frameworks and financing schemes and also public perceptions, we can learn from each other for the mutual benefit. The Czech science is well known for its high quality in a number of areas, as I do not need to remind you, including life sciences and healthcare technologies. The same applies for Germany and the Netherlands, which are present here today as co-sponsors and organizers of this event. Therefore, we believe that we could not have picked a better field of research to launch a program of long-term partnerships, which is the main goal of the initiative Collaborations for the Future. We are now officially announcing today. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is proud to host an inception of this platform and stands ready to support it in the months and years to come. I would like to allow or use this opportunity to share with you that science diplomacy is one of the top priorities of the Czech Foreign Service. And I'm glad that this panel could be also chaired by Mr. Kaiser, who is our special representative for research and science diplomacy. Recently, we have deployed scientific attachés also in strategic regions and cities. In addition, we have launched a program to build relevant expertise and capacities at the embassies in other countries that we identified as key for international collaboration in research and innovation. Those countries include Germany, of course, and the Netherlands. From now on, Czech diplomats to be posted at respective embassies will be provided with a thorough training, information background, and a more robust support back home. And it does not apply only to the attachés, but to the general diplomatic corps. We will work together with relevant institutions and bodies, funding agencies, universities, and research institutes. It is the determination of the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs to provide professional services in a whole spectrum of activities, be it establishing contacts and identifying areas of mutual interest, be it drafting agreements on collaboration, or organizing various missions and networking events. Diplomacy, and science diplomacy in particular, is based on an ability to communicate and cultivate mutual trust in the long term. Such skills are usually called soft. However, in a more and more complex and more contradictory world, these soft skills are needed more than ever before. I think that in the current crisis and in the current challenge, I do not need to remind about the need for trust between different regions in order to develop a common vaccine, for example. And I think that the appeal from the chief of the WHO recently has underlined this. There should be no borders and there should be a mutual understanding in science worldwide so that we can develop a common response. But this should not apply only to the COVID crisis. Newly emerged challenges to our common security and prosperity as such, be it the pandemics, but also the climate change or scarce global resources, and other issues have an important element of science, and we need to be able to cross borders and to build mutual trust. In times of shaken global governance structures, which is the case more and more worldwide, and looking at the multilateral system as such, evidence-based knowledge and expertise has become a key mechanism to cope with new risks and reconcile divergent and rather contradicting interests. In conclusion, let me wish you productive discussions today and a successful outcome of your deliberations. So, Your Excellencies, dear Rector, distinguished colleagues, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you and to have the opportunity to announce also the launch of our program and to get you acquainted with the activities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I pass the word back to Mr. Kaiser. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister, for your welcoming remarks. And now I invite His Excellency Kees Kloppenhouwer, the Ambassador of the Netherlands, to actually deliver his opening remarks as the representative of one of the co-organizing institutions. I should have said that actually it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs working together with the Embassy of the Netherlands, the Embassy of Germany, Charles University, and the Transfer Association that actually put together this this event. So without any further ado, I invite you, Your Excellency, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser. The Deputy Minister, Honors, the Mrs. Janusz-Kowcova and Mr. Hinrichsen. Indeed, I'm very happy to be able to participate at this trilateral event organized by the Czech Republic, Germany, and the Netherlands. It is a very interesting formula to work together, and maybe we can apply it also elsewhere. And I'm also very pleased to be here today with you as the next generation of great innovators and entrepreneurs. And let me say that advancing the Czech economic relationships through innovation is a top priority for us in the Czech Republic. And Germany has similar priorities, so, you know, working together can bring extra and new opportunities because we are all important partners for each other. The Netherlands welcomes and supports the Czech innovation strategy introduced by the Czech government last year. It also offers an opportunity to give a decisive push. And our embassy has launched a dialogue with the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade to see how the Netherlands' experience of becoming a highly innovative country can be usefully shared with our Czech friends, so that the Czech Republic can also reach the goals of their new strategy. And I noted with a lot of interest the announcement just made by Deputy Minister Chmelaš of the strategy of the Foreign Ministry and the network it is going to develop. And I'm sure this will bring new opportunities for us to work together. Yes, because we are aware the Netherlands cannot do it alone, and bringing together many partners under a single mission and broadening the network empowers us all to deliver results and to achieve a better quality of life. And this is, in fact, the point that I want to make. Our innovation strategy is mission-driven. They say necessity is the mother of invention. And our innovation strategy is so not just based on knowledge, but on the social goals that the governments want to achieve with that knowledge. And particularly during a health crisis, everybody's aware of the importance of social goals, but it does not only apply, of course, to health. And we have also recently introduced the Health Holland International Strategy, with which we will support the life sciences sectors and also their international collaboration in R&D and innovation. And we hope that this will create win-win situations for all the partners, not only domestically, but also abroad. And the lessons learned from successful entrepreneurs and academics making innovation a reality is that one should not be afraid to try new things. Find your passion and pursue your mission. Have confidence in the mission you pursue and the grit to confront the unknown. A little luck never hurts, but if you don't try, you will never meet your luck. So be confident, and I refer here also to the words just spoken by my friend Deputy Minister Gmellar. Be confident in your success, and be confident that you have partners that want to work with you to achieve your success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. And now I would like to invite the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Germany, Mr. Hans-Peter Hinrichsen. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Peter. Dear Deputy Minister Smelas, dear Alice, dear Ambassador Klompenhauer, dear guests from Germany, the Netherlands, and of course the Czech Republic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome you all here to this conference, which should be the start of a long-term platform for exchange between our three countries in the area of research transfer. First of all, allow me to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this event in this beautiful venue in these rather difficult times. I should also like to thank our other partners, the Charles University and the Embassy of the Netherlands, for the cooperation on the preparatory work. Transfer between scientific research and the private sector is an important precondition so that results obtained by a few individuals can become a benefit for the whole society. This process is sometimes not easy due to different expectations, different working methods, or lack of funding. In Germany, institutions like the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft or a public-private investment fund called High-Tech Gründerfonds provide early-stage funding to startups and help transfer important research results into real-life applications. A leading expert from Fraunhofer is going to share his experience today with this conference. There are many cross-border activities between the Czech Republic and Germany in the area of research and development. Large German companies such as Bosch or Siemens have their R&D centers in the Czech Republic and work closely with Czech researchers and developers. As another example, BMW is currently building a testing polygon for autonomous driving nearby Sokolov. German companies also collaborate with research and innovation centers in other parts of Czechia, such as Pilsen, Brno, and Ostrava. This conference will showcase successful academic startups in healthcare and life sciences, and I'm very pleased that one of them, Mindpax, has a strong German element. We also look forward to the workshop with the German startup PerioTrap Pharmaceuticals, focusing on new treatment methods for periodontitis. The new strategy, Czech Republic, Country for the Future, that was already mentioned a number of times, presents an ambitious plan for a transformation towards a knowledge-based economy. Moreover, over the past decade, the Czech Republic has built excellent research infrastructure with impressive intellectual capacity. I dare say that many German organizations, be it private companies or academic institutions, are still not aware or not sufficiently aware of this potential and of the opportunities for collaboration. And of course, we can also learn a lot from our Dutch colleagues. Many of you probably know the worldwide ranking called Global Innovation Index, which assesses the annual innovation performance of countries. The 2020 edition was launched only 2 weeks ago. The Netherlands currently occupy place 5 worldwide, while Germany is lagging behind on place 9. So there's definitely space for our improvement. In the light of global challenges, such as the coronavirus or the transformation of energy technology, a transfer of innovations is the key for Europe's competitiveness. If all European countries improve, the European Union can maintain its role as a global player. I would even say only if all European countries improve. Thus, between European countries, European partners, cooperation should come first instead of competition. The successful application of academic results to practice is ultimately based on personal contacts between researchers, startups, and investors. Networking is therefore a main goal of today's event. Due to the current COVID-19 situation and the online participation of some speakers, we have to accept certain limits. But I sincerely hope that we will have even more opportunities for exchange with German partners at the next event. I wish us all an inspiring conference with plenty of fruitful discussions and knowledge sharing. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Hans-Peter Hendriksen. And I just observed that Professor Zima just arrived in time. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Rector Zima, Rector of Charles Universities, to deliver his welcoming remarks on the part of one of the co-organizers. Mr. Professor, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please accept my apology. I just coming from the real transfer area because we have the meeting at 8 a.m. in Biosev. It is a sharing facility between the Academy of Science and Charles University when we discussing with the Prime Minister some idea which is coming from the team looking to change some oncological drugs, and it's maybe the one area how it's sharing the basic science to apply science and to technology. We are very happy that this event should be in this nice place in the very specific time that we are as a hybrid meeting. Some people in this beautiful building and some is connecting with us by the IT connections. I think that the main part of this meeting it is sharing the experiences between the leading countries as Germany and Netherlands and the Czech Republic when we are a little bit late, but I think that we are coming to be at the same level as the leading European countries. As a Charles University, we starting the transfer technology and starting the center of the transfer of technology maybe 11, 12 years ago with some scouts on the institutes, and 2 years ago we founded the limited company 100% owned by the Charles University, which is coming to the startup. And as we are now in the COVID area, we have a very successful project, 3 private companies and the Charles University. We established 1 month or 1.5 months ago the company Gene Spectre, which is focusing and sold to the market the test for the COVID and influenza, which is also to make the rapid testing, which decreasing on 30% time on the usual market samples. It's maybe the real input for this time and for the transfers of technologies. And also our areas is looking for the social sciences, for connection to the society. And these topics we learn very successfully on our partners universities from Germany as Heidelberg, Munich, Charité, Berlin, Hamburg, and also from our friends from Netherlands as Amsterdam, as Utrecht, as Maastricht University, where we are very closely cooperated and learn how working with the transfer from the basic science from university to spin-offs or to the big companies and partners. I think that this event, we have a time for discussion, for the roundtable discussion, how it's improved this partnership and cooperation between the public area as universities, scientific institution, some also investing funds, and governments, and sharing the experiences how we'll be better in the future. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaiser, for stressing to do this event at the time and put together the people from these three countries which are working together, and I think that we must looking for the better future all together after the COVID period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zima. And the last co-organizer, which is actually Transfera, the president, Eva Janouškovská, is invited to deliver her remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaiser. Dear guests, dear special guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here as the one co-organizer of this special event in this famous building and in a very difficult time. Transfera says that it's a national platform which is open to create opportunity to protect the interest of Czech transfer community with the aim to promote and develop the activities in the area of technology transfer, knowledge transfer, and in collaboration between academia and industry in general. This is very, very important steps in this time, I think, and Transfera is open for collaboration, for everything, for arranging the events, and for many others. I'm very happy that we are here. I hope that the time spending of us will be useful, will be great, and I wish you a very nice time with us, and I wish you a lot of health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to conclude this part of our deliberation by echoing actually what has been said by the Deputy Minister, because we are not just opening a conference, but we very much hope that we are starting a process that really should bring together partners across border, across various, I would say, segments of our daily life, the private sector, the academia, the diplomacy, if I may add, and I think the process is very important. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs obviously stands ready to support such activities. As was underlined by Ambassador Kompelhauer, we should not be afraid of trying new things, and we definitely are not, and I hope that this will be the opportunity to actually show our courage, that we are definitely not afraid. So with this, I would like to close this opening remarks session. I would ask everyone to remain seated because, unless you need to go to restrooms, because we will reconvene immediately with our first session, and for which I invite Mr. Rajdich to join me at the podium and Director Přenos. Thank you. So I understand that the technical staff is ready, so we can start. So let me actually welcome Mr. Martin Radic, who is, for those who have not met him yet, he's a CEO of Innovectis GmbH, which is actually a society or institution responsible for technical transfer. And Mr. Radic as well has created and has been active in activities of the incubator at Goethe Universities in Frankfurt. I think it should be underlined as well that he has served actually until very lately as the president of Pan-European Association for Professionals Involved in Knowledge Transfer. So I think it's a very knowledgeable person, and I would like to invite him to take the floor. Thank you.
Is there still a technical issue? Obviously there is. Good, wonderful. So I can see it here, and you must see it here as well. So thank you very much again for having me here, talking about enabling factors, financial mechanisms, instruments of collaboration, which we have in Germany. But next to the mic, okay, it's better. I thought I'm loud enough for this room. But first of all, let me say, well, I'm European by heart, and I'm European by nature as well, because, well, my father is coming from Budapest, Hungary, and my mother is from Austria. I have a German passport, so I'm not only talking about Germany, I'm talking about my hobby, that's Europe. And, well, actually, especially in these times, which we're living in, we have to grow together again. And maybe COVID is only a slight threat in comparison to that, what our grandmothers and grandpas really lived in. But we have to make the best out of it and take the chance to collaborate together. And so I'm very, very grateful having also a live conference again, looking into your eyes, not only looking at my screen, and talking about what I would like to talk about: transfer, about transferring science into applications, into innovations at its best. Next slide, please. A brief introduction of where I'm coming from. I'm heading Innovectis. It's a 100% subsidiary of the Goethe University in Frankfurt. It's the third largest university in Germany, and we are providing transfer services. I don't want to say technology transfer services in general, from IP over entrepreneurship. Now we have also some incubator activities, accelerator activities, and last but not least, funding. This which we provide. So this is my little kingdom. Next slide, please. Where we offer IP services, the project development of such, then the founding services, how to do it, but also money, funding, because what would be technology without money? And last but not least, the shareholding. We have heard from the rector of the Charles University that shareholding is important for universities, and so do we as well, because if we do the whole work, giving the IP, giving the money, giving the roof into the companies, we would like to get something back for the universities as well, which is natural. Now let me start with the topic, next slide please, at the society. The society should drive everything. Is this right? I see nodding here, that's fine. I'm not really sure whether this is the case or whether we get driven as society. Why? Well, in Germany, in our constitution, or well, actually in the German Grundgesetz, there's a saying, art and science, research and teaching are free. What does this mean? Of course, in the historical context, it's pretty clear if you look at Germany where it comes from. there should no be political influence in art, science, research, and teaching. But talking to our professors, sometimes it drives me mad because they say, well, this is not art, science, research, and teaching is free. The professors are free. And I think this is a misconception or misinterpretation of law, which leads sometimes to the decoupling between society and science. Science should be free from political influence, but science definitely should not be free to serve society. So there should be a coupling between society and science. And how come? Well, money. Money is the glue who keeps us together. If the society invests in science, then of course there's a certain level of steering. But looking into, next slide please, looking into the monetary issues here in Germany, who's driving the show with the money, we see in the R&D spendings per sector in Germany. So the large blue part of the circle is not public money spending in R&D. This is, of course, industry money. The dark blue circle, as well as the red one are the universities. This is the part the society spends in research. And we should question ourselves, is this not enough that industry and society are coupled here, or should there another steering force? If we look a little bit closer to it, we see how less we find at the rear end in our life science part. So the majority in Germany of the money spending in the R&D, so of the small little circle, is going into engineering. Well, Germany, land of engineering, makes sense. Sorry, my phone here. And only a little bit is going into human medicine. So this is the third bar here. Is this enough? Do you think this will change over time? I'm certain it will, based on Corona. This is the experience we're making now, that we maybe invested not enough into life sciences, not enough into medicine, medtech, which we need right now. Because the trust of the society is not full into the research right now. The debate we see in Germany, but all over the world is, well, is there, what the scientists can do right now? The scientists can't do anything because they have to do what they do usually. They have to do their science and interpret the data, and then they circle it around, science, results, circle. And this needs time. So if we have a problem, we have to prepare ourselves already years before to solve such problems. We have to have foresight. And this needs investment in the right areas. Right now, we have the circle science results. Every day in the newspaper we get new results on Corona. Well, there's a certain uncertainty how to behave, but we have to drive it into innovation. And these results we have to pick up. And all the technology transfer actors here in the room should now try to pick up these results as fast as possible and translate it into products, services, knowledge, how to behave under circumstances like these. But health is not only one goal. Here we have the UN sustainability goals. And we take care at our university, but also in general in the German transfer field, about all the goals. So it's not only health. If we talk about sustainability, by the way, the majority of the people think, oh, well, this is a green tech thingy. It is not. It starts with the society, it ends up with the society, and in the mid we have a lot of fields. So each and every university could contribute to this. So these kind of results we have to grab. Now, looking from the society to the scientists, there is obviously a gap where we can work on to get the society's needs translated into science and make the scientists work on these kind of needs, translating these results then later on into applications. How to do that? There seems to be a natural gap. The scientists are working on their publications, the publications are going into results, and they read their results and do the publications again. And so we have to have a short circuit and nothing happens. And in Germany, we suffer from that. We really suffer from that in comparison to the US. Why we do? Well, we have not a transfer culture yet. The transfer was driven more or less by the personal relationship between professor and industry. More than 15 years ago, it flipped a little bit because the professor's privilege, which several countries in Europe still have, was changed, and the university owned the IP. Now, a total different situation. What do with the IP as a university? You have professors, you have the administration. Administration usually is not good in selling because that's not their task. So what to do? And Germany came up with a program now called Vipano. There were several programs beforehand for patent exploitation. The whole thing was really focused on patents. Is this right or wrong? We'll come later to that. But what I would like to show you is an issue with the federal state. We have federalism in Germany. We have not a confederation. Con means together. So what you see here is the different German counties and the expenditure in technology transfer. Two things here. First of all, the numbers are lousy low in comparison to the size. Sorry, next one. The numbers are lousy low in comparison to the science expenditures, so it's only a little portion, which is fine. But you see also a very high differentiation between the counties. There are only 4 counties in Germany who are really successful using the subsidies of the state in doing technology transfer and building up technology transfer companies, technology transfer offices at the universities. All the others are suffering. Where this is coming from? Well, 70% of the costs are carried by our government, coming from Berlin, from the central government. 30% of the cost have to come from the counties. And universities are usually financed by the counties. So you have to compete with your professors for the money doing technology transfer. And this sometimes goes wrong. And this is the reason that only a few counties who really have money to match the money coming from Berlin can do successful technology transfer and can use the subsidies. So there's more money in the pot for subsidies than usually the universities take because of this constant battle of interests. In these constant battles, we are now working for the last 30 years, I think, and we will work in this constant battle of interest also for the next 20 years. But what you can learn out of it is just to tailor-make the process. And transfer is the weakest spot in this whole circle of innovation when it comes to Germany. I'm really happy to see and to hear how it's in the Netherlands, for example, or how it's in the Czech Republic and how you plan it. But this is the weakest spot, and the weakest spot in the chain is always the thing you have to work at. So this is the part of the circle of innovation. Next slide, yeah, thank you. We come from the society to the science, from the science to the results, and then from the results we have to go to the application. Why Germany is still successful? So it's not the transfer which is really successful. The transfer is there, the transfer is working, but it could be much better. It's the industry collaboration programs, and they are not federal. The main of the industry collaborations are not federal. They are definitely coming from the central government, and they're hugely funded by the Ministry of Research and Education and by the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So there we have, for example, I just had a few examples, Spitzencluster, industry on campus, where industry is financed to come on the campus. Industry in clinic means industry and clinics are working together immediately, also heavily supported by federal money. And KMU means SME, small and medium-sized enterprises, are also encouraged to work together with universities, encouraged simply by money. As we said at the very beginning, you can steer with the money stream at its best. So there we are quite strong, and these are the enabling tools for driving us into the application. Now, another driving tool is venture capital. And we always say, well, actually, we are so small in venture capital compared to the US. Of course we are, because this is not our nature, venture capital. Especially the Germans are not really venturing with capital. They would like to have their fixed interests, and they're quite happy if they, well, fixed interest. Some people are smiling, well, there are no fixed interests anymore. We know that, but now we have to work with the venture capital. But there is venture capital, and this is, I've stolen these figures from Ernst & Young. So the source is there. We have, again, over the last 3 years, a gain in venture capital in Germany. And astonishingly enough, if you look at the right-hand side, maybe you can't read it here, guess where the majority of venture capital goes into. It's not life science. It's mobility. Of course it's mobility, it's Germany. What do you expect from a country where you have 100 and more years mobility as the driver of the economy? Of course venture capital goes in, but the year before it was different. But now it's e-mobility. E-mobility is coming, so this is a new driving force. If you look where health tech is here on number 4, and it's still a remarkable number, but in comparison to the US, it's neglectable, the investment. And then if you look what health tech means, is the largest part is digital tech, digital health, where venture capital invested. Why is this? Well, venture capital is good for a fast turnover. So if you get your money back within 2 up to 5 years, then it's good. If you have to invest in medical technology or pharmaceuticals, the money will come back in about 10 up to 15 years. So this is far too long for venture capital. Venture capital is good for short-term solutions, but for long-term solutions, we really have to trust into government programs. Government programs. Well, there are many government programs who encourage young people, but also gifted people, serial entrepreneurs, just to spend their time in funding a company. Spending their time funding a company means living in their company. Just yesterday at the airport, I had I heard a conversation between an older founder and a younger chap, maybe one of his employees, and said, well, I spent 15 years now building this Russian company up, and I had no weekends, I had no time, and I invested everything I had in this, and now it's up and running, and now Corona comes. Okay, Corona is the bad thing about it, but this is the habit of a founder, so spending his lifetime to get something going. And this is supported in Germany in a very, very nice and smart way. Of course, again, with money, the apples on the tree you see have some kind of monetary sign here. And I would like to guide you through what kind of enabling tools we see and where I believe they are really strong. So consulting support. Everyone who would like to found a company get consulting vouchers if they apply for. Consulting vouchers where I can ask people, and with my voucher they get paid, the consultants, to get the first help. And this really decreases the border which I'd have to jump over when I go for a company. Then subsidized loan from state bank. This is also very, very good and helps a lot. Even if it's a little bit of an administrative burden, it really helps starting off. Startup subsidy, even if it's small, it helps you, especially our students, going this way. Entry money. There are different sorts of entry money, government entry money, if you go and, well, take the endeavor going for a company. Micro mezzanine fund, then high-tech Gründerfonds. I think HTGF should have been invited here, or was invited here to come here as well. high-tech Gründerfonds is a very funny thing. So it's venture capital. In principle, it's venture capital. It's a public-private partnership between the government and industry, shared money. And those guys will throw their money into a startup. If you have already some other investors, then you get high-tech Gründerfonds money as well. And this is a great achievement here, which pushes our community. Then Invest, subsidy for venture capital, exist programs. I don't want to go into detail, time is over right now, but down to business angels. This is the environment which have been built over the last 5 up to 8 years. And now it starts turning. And of course, free information for any kind of subsidy. So if you scroll the internet in Germany, it's really not a bit of a problem finding your subsidies. Of course, at the end, then it's an administrative path we have to follow, but this is the support. So not everything is bad. We just have a little gap, and this is the financing of transfer from the universities where we have deep tech and high tech into the first step of application. If we are at the application stage, we have a lot of help here to collaborate amongst ourselves in Germany, but also with the European partners and on a global way. Yeah, so we have to close the circle. Application delivers a solution, and with the solution, the first influence, of course, is not into society, but the first influence with solutions is into science itself, because science makes itself faster with applications. In the medtech, we see that. With medtech, we make the medical science faster just to unravel the new insights a lot faster. But last but not least, the solution influence society. Many of you might have used Facebook. I used the simple past. Might have used the past present. Because Facebook is already old, but it influenced the society using this kind of social media. And now we have a bunch of social media. We also live in a digital world, even if I really enjoy today looking into your eyes and talking to you in person. And society, again, influences science. So the wheel is turning over thousands of years, and the wheel will turn the next 1,000 years as well for our society. So we don't have to take fear of Corona or any other challenges. We just have to take the challenge. And as the ambassador of the Netherlands said, and a little bit of luck can help here to be more successful. And then we will win. Talking about win, this is the bioscience. These are some bioscience figures from Bio Germany and from the Ernst & Young report. So we got 3% more companies from 18 to 19, 10% more turnover, 10% more employment, and of course 21% more R&D spendings. And this is quite remarkable for Germany. Now we are very proud and very happy. No, we are not, because we have to compare it with Europe. And if we compare the figures now with Europe, we're only a tiny little bit of Europe. Compared with the total spending, it's 856 versus 10.2 billion, well, 856 million. And also the figures compared with Europe leaves us room for improvement. And with this challenge and having this room for improvement within Europe, I would like to say thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for really a very interesting presentation. So the floor is open for your questions, comments, remarks. Possibly I would allow you some time to reflect, and in the meantime I would dare to pose a question or two, if I may. You said that actually your enterprise is 100% owned by the university, if I got this correctly. So it was just announced by the rector Zima that Charles University actually just recently ventured to explore this avenue as well. So my question would be, must be, requires a lot of work to establish the I would say, balanced partnership between the university and between the people who actually transfer the technologies from universities. So my question would be, from your experience, a longer term experience, what it requires in terms of dialogue between the leadership of the university of yours to really have a productive, I would say, collaboration. And a second question, if I may, you said that there are regions and areas in Germany that are more successful in making benefit from the government, from the money provided by the government. So, and possibly it's a very important issue, obviously, and possibly there might be some pattern or some, I would say, specific qualities that relate to these more successful regions, if there are any to be observed. So if you can comment on that. Thank you.
Trust is the oil in the gearbox between the university and our company. If there is no trust, it won't work. So 100% subsidiary means not necessarily that the university rules the company. If this would be the case, then of course we would be nothing more than just simply part of the administration, which we are not. So we are in between, and this makes life sometimes very good, wonderful. We can decide our own, sometimes miserable, because you have to adapt to both sides. And it depends also on the president of the university, of the rector is called president in our case, whether he's in favor or she's not. And I had the luck that I had a president who was very in favor of commercial interests of the university coming from economics. And there was a trust there. And I hope that this will be in the future as well. With this kind of trust, you can achieve a lot more. And it's also important that you're somewhat independent from the administrative rules. Administration business is always tricky, for me at least. And you also can only get people from industry soaked into your office or technology transfer attempts if you're not university, simply for payment reasons, I guess, but also for the freedom and the possibility of driving something. So this is the first part of the answer, and trust between the university, that we are working for the university and not in our own pockets, is the one thing. The trust even is more important for our venture capital fund we founded, or for the two funds we have now. Because they're, well, why you do a venture capital fund? Making money. This is the aim of the game, but also making money for the university. In our case, the university is about to invest 10% of the fund volume from the university foundation. Why this is possible? Well, we are earning with technology transfer money. Only this is the possibility we have, using our own money for our funds. Now coming back to the policy, are there some policies? Of course there are some policies, and we are working strictly according to the policies. Using the subsidies from the state, using the subsidies also from the county, makes us keeping really track and keeping the policies very, very confident. When it comes to patent, well, there is always an issue. Should we patent? If we have a patent, we also get subsidies. But should we patent because of the subsidies? No way. Because then we just would like to pull subsidies out of it, and then later on we abandon the patent and we are abusing the money for research. And looking at many universities in Europe, this is the way it goes. So the professor applies, takes the money for the subsidy, uses the money more or less according to the lines, and then later on closes down the shop or, well, abandon the patent. This shouldn't happen. So we are very, very, very conservative when it comes to patent application. I think we're a university with the lowest patent application rate. Not invention disclosure, but patent application rate. And so we have policies and standard operating procedures, how to do it, just to be very open and frank to the professors and show this is our procedure. If you go into our procedure, it's always the same.
Thank you. In the meantime, there is a question arrived via Slido. The question reads as follows. Do you have any bilateral funds and programs for German-Czech R&D and tech transfer collaboration except Horizon 2020? So possibly I could try to help you a little bit in answering the question. Actually, there is a number of programs that can be used for bilateral collaboration. For example, there is a specific program supporting bilateral R&D collaboration, not specifically tech transfer, but R&D in very broad terms between Bavaria and the Czech Republic, and it is being administered by the Ministry of Education. And actually the program is called Inter-Excellence, and it's built around the same principles and criteria as the Horizon 2020. In my opinion, it's been a very successful one, and I hope that this program will be copied for other regions of Germany as well. I don't want to actually name all of the programs, but I can announce actually today that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who work together with our partners from funding agencies and other ministries, including the Ministry of Education, over recent months put together a list of these programs available, actually sorted around the bilateral collaboration with specific countries. And this list actually was okayed like a week ago, that it's correct, and we will be publishing that on our website and will be made available for our diplomats, but for everyone interested, still in Czech only, but will be soon in English, because we have realized there are so many programs. Not many people have really an overview of what can be utilized for at the level of universities or research teams or even technology people to work together. So. Two more questions, if I may. Shall I read for you? You can't see the question, right? I can't see the question. No, I have no slide. Okay, so the next question is: your presentation suggests there is a problem with follow-on investments. Is that the case? And if so, is the German government planning on a solution?
There's no control here. Okay, my last slide showed somebody really looked carefully in the last slide, and there is a gap in the follow-on investment in Germany. Definitely gap in the follow-on investment. So, of course, we see this gap, but this is really end of pipe, at least when it comes to that what I'm doing. So we are just seed investing, and of course we are addressing this question. But addressing this question means also addressing this question at the venture capital. And venture capital would like to invest and follow on investments if, from my point of view, the technology is in the right field, the technology is working, and the possibility of making money will be given. So maybe we have a slight issue with quality here, which I would interpret into this data, or we have a slight issue with tax issues for investments in Germany as venture capital. And if you ask me, I know at least in my field the quality is okay, but if I would like to invest my private money in a country where I get tax benefits and good quality of science and companies, or in a country where I get a less tax benefits, then for typical investors, which we also have here, it's not a question at all. And we have to work in Germany on that. And there are several white papers written over the last 10 years that there has something to move on, but obviously not enough. So maybe I can hand over this question to our German colleagues here from the embassy, just to write it down, and I can't answer it better than now.
Thank you. Two more questions via Slido. I have not seen any hands to be raised. Oh, sorry. So, okay. Shall we go first, the gentleman?
Okay. So thank you very much for a nice presentation. My name is Přemysl Jiruška. I'm from the Second Faculty of Medicine, Charles University. You have mentioned that here in Europe, the weakness of the scientists is that we don't have the entrepreneurial, I would say, mind. And so therefore, I would like to ask you whether Germany...
Very good question. So in Germany we have, I don't know whether I get the number right, but I think it's roughly about 160 plus professors for entrepreneurship. 160 plus professors at the German universities for entrepreneurship. This was published by the government, this figure. Incredibly large, for me, incredibly large. But this is the science on entrepreneurship reflecting. This is not the doing of entrepreneurship. Now, one could think we are well off with these kind of entrepreneurship professors, and we are in parts. But what we realized at our university, that we are not as good as we should be training our students, our postdocs, our PhD students, as good as we can to bring them on this entrepreneurial route. And so we had this training unibator, which you saw in one of the first slides, which I'm heading as well, where we invite students for a specific training, not dependent on the faculty. So it's faculty overspanning. We train, we offer training sessions. And what should I say? The young folks are hugely interested, highly interested in this kind of topic. And even, well, I'm of the opinion you can't create an entrepreneur. Either somebody has an entrepreneurial spirit or it hasn't. But if there is a spark of a spirit, then we can ignite the fire. And this we should do at the university, because teaching is also one of our goals, or the goal of the university next to research. So this is my view on that.
Thank you very much. I still have three questions on my Slido, but I believe that one of them has been already answered. But I would like to, as we are a little bit falling behind the schedule, if you can comment them briefly. The first question reads whether you can comment more on internal financial support from university resources. And more specifically, do you reinvest transfer income via a fund, and if so, only to your own, in quotations, technologies? So whether you own internal financial resources and why you invest.
Yeah. So let's start 20 years ago, or next year. Sorry. Next year, Innovectis will celebrate, hopefully, its 20 years anniversary. And from the beginning on, the university invested in the technology transfer company. It was $1 million invest over time, until the first cashback came. And actually, since I took over roughly 4 years ago, we went into a cash positive scenario. This is not linked to my person. This is simply linked to the fact that we found 2 major inventions, or 3 major inventions, fueling our tank again. But fueling our tank again substantially means, well, if you do not invest as a university, please do not count on any income. It is a game of business. You have to invest first, and then you will receive money. And the majority of the universities I know are living in the hope that a wonder comes, and well, actually from now and then they have an invention and getting money, or they eat the money up immediately. What we do with the income, this was the second question, is of course we have to pay the inventor. This is in Germany is the law, so 30% of the gross income directly goes to the inventor, which is fine because this encourages the inventors as well. And then the rest is split up between administration, cashback for our endeavors, and of course spending in science. And spending in science means part of the spending in science goes to the groups who are really successful, to encourage them furthermore, but other parts are going to faculties who never will have the chance making money from technology transfer. We are a large university, so we have many faculties, and we have book sciences as well. So, well, the philosophers hardly will make money out of technology transfer, but even this I would question, but anyway. And so we spent the money for the total science of the university rather than just using it for medtech again.
Okay, and last question possibly, if you do not patent your inventions, how do you protect your IP?
Patenting, copyright, and other protection measures, then our IP is gone. Simply, we have to publish. Well, it's public money, we have to publish. And if we would like to publish, you remember the circuit, the short circuit between the science and the results. So we have to get this wheel turning by publishing. This is our first endeavor. Research is our first goal, teaching the second, and third is technology transfer, and this is the priority. So whenever it makes sense, we go for patenting, but we also do in the meanwhile a lot of copyright, a lot of strategic, well, not backholding of science, but slow release, I would say, if it's possible. And this is not only for the patent process, but also for the publishing process, because the science world is also very competitive, and scientists sometimes not publish everything they would like to, they should, so they keep it back. And with this we can do collaborations. But this is a bottleneck, and we won't have a solution here unless we don't have universities anymore, because we're obliged to publish.
Well, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and for, I would say, very fruitful discussion. And I understand that there will be a lot of other opportunities throughout the day to actually discuss stuff in different settings. Thank you once again. I think it was very interesting. Now I would like to invite our first online speaker, who is Mr. Edward van Wezel from the Netherlands. The time has come that the time whether our technology works is supposed to or not. Yes, it looks like. Very warm welcome, Mr. Wezel. Hello.
Thank you.
I think we have to put the head, as I indicated, the headset on. You just push the on button and wait until there is the sign ORIC, which means the original language, and you should hear Mr. Wezel. Hello, Mr. Wezel again.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hello,
Very nice
hello.
to Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I suppose the others as well. People are nodding,
Perfect.
so it works.
That's very good.
Thank you very much. And just let me introduce briefly, Mr. Edward van Wezel is a founder and managing partner of Biogeneration Ventures in Naarden in the Netherlands. He has an extensive international expertise in pharma and biotech companies. For example, he was a founding investor and board member of Acerta Pharma, a company focusing on the development of a treatment for leukemia that was acquired by AstraZeneca, I understand, 2016. But obviously, he has been very active in developing other countries. So, Mr. Wezel, once again, very warm welcome online to Prague, and the floor is yours. Hello. Well, looking up to our technical people whether there is any problem. So if it's the case, unfortunately, I'm afraid we would need some time to fix it. They are just resetting the online. So in the meantime, not to waste your time, I would like to invite Director Přenosilová to join me at the podium and actually deliver her remarks and presentation. And Madame Přenosilová, is the director of the Startup and Innovative Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Division at the Czech Invest. Czech Invest is an institution responsible for supporting the development of the new technology enterprises, inter alia. So I think she is the very competent and right person to actually explain us in a more detail how the governmental support for the new enterprises works in this country, and actually what are the new plans, because I understand there are new quite bold initiatives agreed. So, Madame Přenosová, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction, Mr. Kaiser. Hello, everyone, and good morning. I have a presentation, so maybe we can, yeah, okay, perfect. It always seems impossible until it's done. I really like this saying because it always reminds me that when the things go wrong, there is also another chance or the opportunity or the solutions. Next slide. A few months ago, nobody could actually imagine that the restaurants can be closed, that the schools can be closed, and that it will change how we live, and it will impact our lives for the next few weeks, or right now it's few months, and maybe it's going to be more. I'm talking about the COVID-19. When it was the outbreak of the COVID-19 here in the Czech Republic, we decided to organize the Hack the Crisis Hackathon, because what the startups usually do the best is to solve the problems. So that's why we put all together the public institutions, the universities, corporations, governments, and also other small and medium-sized enterprises, and we wanted to help them to build new solutions or some products that can help us to overcome this crisis. Next slide. So I would like to present you the heroes here on these slides. Those are the people who decided to participate in Head the Crisis hackathon. Those are the heroes because they decided to do something more, to do something without any profit income in the future, and they simply decided to help. The winner of the hackathon was or is the Diana Biotechnologies, and I do believe that in the afternoon session there will be a representative who can talk more about their company and their progress. During the Hack the Crisis hackathon, we decided to help not just the health protection solutions, but also those with the economic impact and also the social distancing. One of those projects, it's a Kaleido. It's a virtual reality which was during the pandemic spread among the houses with seniors, so they could overcome the isolation, and they were able to travel around the world and to see in interesting places because it was not possible for them to go outside. There is also a young entrepreneur, just a 19-years old guy who decided to invent an application for the blood donation to increase the people among the young generation. They would like to have a blood donation, which was very important back that time. Or the virtual lab, which is also a virtual reality for the doctors and the nurses, so they can run the simulations how to help people with the COVID not to get in touch them during the simulations. Another is also LAM-X. They invented special nanofibers which can be used for the masks or other protection, and it's a spin-off of the Charles University. And as you can see, the program, the representative going to be here also during the afternoon. So those are the phases of people who wanted to help, and they are definitely the heroes, and they are also the people or the stories we like to read in the newspapers, and we like to talk about them because it's just simply inspirational. Next slide. What do they have in common is definitely the innovation. It's the solution for making our lives easier, better, that we can build a disruption technology which can help us to overcome obstacles we have during our journey. Another thing is also the global ambition, because the startups, they do not provide the product or the service just for the local solution or just for the few people, but it has global impacts and global ambitions. Also scalability, which means that it can be tested and pivoting and invented very quickly. And it can be very good product which can be implemented very fast in the market. And they also help new jobs and economic growth of the economy, because they are providing end-to-end solutions and products which help us. So those are just the few characteristics, let's say, for the startups and for you to imagine what those people usually have in common. And when we are talking about the startups and the spin-offs and its definition, to start with it, it's that there is actually no such a definition of the startup and a spin-off. It's very hard to have a common description for the startups and the spin-offs, but we can definitely use the one which was set up by the Startup Manifesto. Next slide. Which is that the startup is an organization which is dedicated to creating something new under the conditions of extreme uncertainty, which means that they are very risky. At the beginning, you don't know if the solution will see the light and if it's gonna work, and that's also why 90% of the startups they fail. It's the statistics around the world. It's well known, and that's why it's very risky. Because you are testing something new. There is a famous saying about the Henry Ford, who said that when he would have asked the people what would be the next solution, it would be the faster horses. But it's not the solution, because we know that he invented the car. So it's also about the thinking, about the creativity. And when the startups succeed, those 10%, they usually succeed spectacularly. So this is the definition of the startup. And when we are talking about the spin-offs, which I can see like brand, let's say, of the startups, those are the companies or the ideas which come out of the university with the knowledge and with the people who are working on. There is also no such a definition of the spin-off, but one of those, it can be, if you can press the enter, thank you, that it's an entity which is established for the purpose of putting the R&D and the innovations out of the university for the purpose of commercialization. Next slide. And what's the difference between the regular business and the startups and the scale-ups? It's definitely the difference between the revenues and the cost, and that with the small inputs you can make a bigger output. So when the scaling, it's when those companies are much more successful than the regular businesses. So that's why we are talking about the start-up, about the scaling up, when we are talking about the business angels or the venture capital who put their money in a higher risk to actually help those ideas to come true. Next slide. And what are the barriers and the challenges for the startups? Last year it was on a startup report. Next slide. And it usually doesn't look like a G-curve, which is usually used in the descriptions, but it's more like a roller coaster, which means there are the up and downs. There is invention and passion at the beginning, then it's a part where is the sorrow, then it's a hope again, and then it's maybe for those who are in a part of those 10% also a big success and the exit. So this is not the typical G curve, but it's this startup or the spin-off curve because it has up and downs. Next slide. And what are the most challenges? So definitely it's a lack of the human capital, which means that when you have a small team, you do not have an expertise in everything such as finance, marketing, business, how to attract investors, and this is something the startups and their small teams are lacking. Then is definitely the business strategy. I think it was mentioned during the previous presentation that we are just not that enthusiastic such as Americans, for example, because we do believe in our technology, we do believe that it's a great technology, but sometimes we forget that there is also a business part to prove that it's a good technology. So the business strategy and not to focus only on the product development, but also the business development is very important part. Then is definitely the early investment. As you know, it's very risky to put the money and the funds into such a companies. That's why almost 80% of all the founders, they use their funds, for instance, from the FFF, which is like the family, friends, and fools, or from their previous jobs, because one misunderstanding maybe it's that the startups are just the students or the young people, but according to the startup report, the average age of the people who run the startup, it's about 33. So it's not just the students, but the people, they already have some experience, and that's also why they can see some problem they would like to solve. Another is also no market need, which means that it's a wrong timing, or the solution was not tested with the possible clients, and this is also something connected with the focus more on the product development than the business development. Then it's definitely the legal matter, because when the startups figure out that there is something like legal matters, IP protections, and other things, it's usually too late to fix it. And another, it's the international expansion, because their products are from the beginning meant to be a global products, and we are just a small country, so sooner the entrepreneurs they gain the experience from abroad, it's better also for their business. Next slide. And there are also another success stories. Next slide. One of them, it's Move. It's a company which is the spin-off of the University of Tomáš Baťa in Zlín. Probably most of you knows Tomáš Baťa, who was the very successful entrepreneur, but very long time ago. But I like this story because it's a line with the shoe industry, which is very strong in that region of the Czech Republic. So at the beginning, it was just an idea and two people who wanted to run better. So they put the heads together and figure out this insole connected with the application which can tell you how to run healthier and how to run better. So it's also better for the runners and their health. And they participated in several international conferences and festivals such as CES in Las Vegas or Tech Day in New York to receive the feedback from the customers. And according to it was the best move they could done, because otherwise they would go probably a different path with the product, but finally it's working, so it's not a garage company anymore. Next slide. When we're talking about the spin-offs, they are a successful tech transfer dedicated to create the spin-offs. One of them is INI Prague and also the Charles University Innovations Prague. From INI Prague, I already talked about the Diana Biotechnologies, but another one, very nice company, it's a Riocat, so they do a special type, like this revolutionary type of the catheter, which was actually inspired by the snail's eye, as they said. And another, it's a game studio, which is called the Charles Game. And it's a award-winning game, Attentat 1942. Next slide. And here's come like how to help those chicks get out of the shell, because it's the most important thing, and they would like to get out. As you can see, the scratches in a shell. Next slide. Here comes the innovation strategy, because everything starts with the catchy motto, right? So this is the catchy motto. This is the innovation strategy. The innovation strategy set up the goals and the tools how the Czech Republic can become the country for the future, but not only the country for the future, but also the country for the startups. Next. And the next. Start with the end in your mind. So those who have read the 7 Habits of the Effective People by the Stephen Covey, they would know that at the beginning there should be the goals, like the way or the final destination we want to achieve. Those goals are, as you can see on this slide, and it's all about reflecting the barriers and the challenges. So it's about the financing, it's about the entrepreneurial spirit, it's about using what we already have but maybe improve it, and it's about also creating this move, like success stories we would like to share that it's actually possible. Next slide. And how we can do it. So those are the tools. This is also directly from the innovation strategy. So the first thing the colleagues at the ministry probably thought is that there should be someone responsible for all of this. So they look around the Czech Republic, and they were looking for agency or the company who already have some experience with the startups. It's a national one. We can trust them. So they decided that it can be Czech Invest. So this is the first tool. Then it's also the system of the commercialization out of the university, like the tech transfer. Also, we do not have to invent a wheel. So we can look around, for example, the European Investment Fund. They have a lot of experience through the Europe how to support the tech transfer and the startup. So this is probably the best way how to look around and be inspired. And then it's also the supporting entrepreneurs on a regional level, because almost 50% of the startups, they come out of the Prague, and it can be a higher number from those in the regions of the Czech Republic. Next slide. So the first tool, it's already done. It's a Czech Invest. We are 25 years old, but since the beginning of this year, we have the division of the startups, so the people dedicated to help the startups and the spin-offs. So the first tool can be checked that it's already done. Next slide. We do not do it from the scratch. We have an experience. We're helping startups for more than 10 years. And as you can see here, the ideal G-curve, we have programs for the early stage entrepreneurs, such a Czech starter, so it's like for starting entrepreneurs, and the SABIC incubation center, which is special dedicated to help startups conducting business in the upstream and the downstream in the space technologies. Next. And then we have also the programs to help entrepreneurs to gain the biggest trends around the world and to receive the feedback from the potential clients, customers, but also the investors. We also run a matchmaking platform which is called CheckLink Startup, where we match the startups with the investors, especially here in the Czech Republic. Next. So as you can see, there is matching, there is early stage support, and also the internationalization. Next. Another thing, it's the spin-off guide. So all together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Transfera, Academy of Science, spin-offs, and other colleagues, and also the lawyers, we put all together the spin-off guide to provide this cookbook for the universities and R&D centers how to establish a spin-off. So there is also a more comprehensive material which is more about how to do it. And we have the experts, so if there is anybody who would like to get inspired and figure out more how to do it legally, because that was at the inception the question if it's actually possible to fulfill the third role of the university by setting up the spin-off. So it can be done. That's the main message. Next slide. About the financing, the MIT, it's not the MIT in the US, but it's Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, but it's also catchy. And they also put the possible scheme of how to finance the startups and spin-offs. So something already had been done. Last year, there were established 2 venture capital funds from the European funds, and now they are discussing with the Czech Moravian Guarantee and the Development Bank to launch the IPO start fund. What is still missing? Next and the next and the next is the gap in the Valley of Death, which is actually at the inception, how to support the ideas, whether you do not have a legal company, you actually do not have the business, and you would like to just to test it. So this is very hard to catch, and that's why we actually started with the end, so with the internationalization, and now we are coming back to the core. Next slide. On this slide, as you can see, but it's probably too small, when you compare the Czech Republic seed and the startup investment, it's very not a good number when you compare it even with the Hungary or the Portugal or other CEE countries. So that's why we should focus on it. Next slide. As I mentioned, there is a European Investment Fund, so they have the special vehicle for the tech transfer and how to help universities to eager the outside funding from the market. So this is something which is now exploring with the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Next slide. Then also the entrepreneurial spirit, it's very important. So altogether with the platform of all the innovation centers of the Czech Republic, we set up this pyramid. So when the foundations, it's a bigger meaning of supporting and strengthening the motivation for the entrepreneurship, then it can be in the end more startups and spin-offs which are on the top of the pyramid. So we put the ideas from the innovation centers, from the universities, and in this pyramid it's setting up like these foundations and how it can be supported. So there is also a comprehensive material behind this slide. Next slide. There is several incubators and accelerators and the co-working spaces, which are also important because it's where the networking and the ties and the inspiration comes. Next slide. What is coming up, it's a new project altogether with the Ministry of Industry and Trade. It's called Technology Incubation, where we would like to focus more on how to let's say, shape the ideas, pivoting them, concepting them to a commitment of the business. So during the 5 years, the plan is to set up the 7 business incubation centers, focus on the most high technologies such as AI, space, creative industries, or the ecotech. And the plan is to support 300 teams or the startups during those 5 years. And as we talk about the funding, there would be 5 million Czech crown for each startup who would be eligible to gain the support. Next slide. And why to support startups? Next slide. Just to sum up, they are the problem solvers. They have a big role in job creation and job destruction. They are born global. They can help us to with the economic growth and the activity, and they also bring values of proactivity into a society because they can show those success stories and inspirational ideas which can come true. Next slide. So this is my message probably for you, that the startups, it's a living embodiment of the founder's dream. So I would like to encourage you to think about that the dreams can come true and how you can help it for your dream or for the other's dream. Next slide. We are trying to keep our part. So we support startups. We do it with the passion, with our heart, and we do believe that it's worth it for trying. So thank you very much, and I hope that also your dream can come true. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting providing both, I would say, Vademeku through the system of the governmental support in the Czech Republic, including the new initiatives, and as well, providing some, I would say, encouragement and passion for these very important activities. I understand that we should be online again with Mr. Wesel in 3 minutes. And hopefully next time it goes through and is successful. So, but in the meantime, I would open the floor for questions. Just one quick question, and I suggest that other question might be raised after Mr. Wesel has finished, and we will do both. Okay, so please.
Thank you very much, Adriana Dergam, European Chamber of Technology. My question is, a frequent criticism is that there are new initiatives not really networking with the past ones or not profiting from the resources that are there. You mentioned the plan within this new technology incubation initiative to set up new 7 business innovation centers. Are you planning to partner the ones that are already working in the Czech Republic, or are they brand new? If brand new, what's the criteria to say we are going to fund it here or there? Is there a plan for that? Thank you.
The tricky part in it that we don't want to use any brick, which means we won't establish a new business incubation center. We would like to use what is already here and to discuss with the regional players like the innovation centers, whether it makes sense for them to be part, for instance, in a AI big or in a space hub. So the discussions are already in progress, and we would like to also during the project to bring more startups out of the regions of the Czech Republic, not only in the Czech Republic. So that's why we want to part with those who are already there, who are doing great jobs, and we just want to push them to be a little bit more risky. But in that case, we are able to cover this risk through the program. So there won't be any new centers, but we will bring new topics to the existing centers.
So thank you very much once again. I would like really to keep the option open for Director Přenosilová to address further questions after we have listened to the presentation of Mr. Wessel. So thank you very much once again. And once again, I call on our technical support whether we are already online with our next speaker. And hello again, Mr. Wessel.
Hello again. Hello again. Hope this works this time.
So I believe we can hear you. We can definitely see you.
That's good. Just let me know when I can start.
Please do. Just we are ready to listen to your presentation.
Okay, I have a set of slides that should be put up, hopefully. I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk about biogeneration ventures in this context of technology transfer and venture capital. And I was asked to talk about the founding and managing of an early stage venture fund, as we have done over the last 15 years in the Netherlands. What I will do, and maybe because I can't see the slides, maybe you can go to the second slide. I will introduce biogeneration to you in more detail, then talk about our start and what I see as the key ingredients for success, our investment strategy and process that is currently what we do. There it is. And then I'll give you an example of the role that we are currently playing. Yes, please go to the next slide again. Thank you. So this is the snapshot of biogeneration currently. So we are founded in 2006. We have a team of, that I will present in the next slide, of professionals that work with us to manage. Sorry, can you go back one slide again? That was a little fast. We manage over 225 million by now and are investing from our fourth fund that has started actually this year. We focused initially on the Netherlands, have now expanded our scope across the European biotech. We select from academic research in that area and basically act as an early stage investor and sometimes seed investor in things that we really think are going to be groundbreaking and novel. And over the years, we have had a number of successes that have helped us establish our fund with exits of companies like Acerta Pharma, Decima Pharma, Argenix and Staten that all have shown that you can really be quite successful with early stage venturing in Europe. We believe the opportunity in Europe is really big, and that is not only exemplified by the fact that the output of the European research is at least as good as what happens in the United States. Of course, for the biotech scene in general, the United States is always a little bit ahead of the rest, and the amount of capital available there is also quite significantly bigger. But we have, for a European early stage fund, we have by now attracted interest not only of investors like the European Investment Fund, but also of investors that are basically big pharma companies that have an interest in the European space. So they also have invested in our funds. Smaller tickets, but nevertheless, very nice recognition that this market, the European market, is of interest for them, even in a very early phase of development. Ultimately, our goal is, of course, to get new products to patients. By now, we have 3 products on the market that were generated to companies that we have established, and we have 10 products in the clinic. Next slide, please. We do this by now with quite a big team. When we started in 2006, I was just together with one other partner, but we did this in a specific context that I will explain to you a little later. Currently, the team, as you can see, we have 5 investing professionals. We work with a range of venture partners. These are people that are quite established entrepreneurs and or specialists in a particular field that help our companies, and they have certain roles regarding, for example, the either being a CEO or a chief business officer in our portfolio companies. We also have a number of advisors, senior advisors that help us in assessing and managing our companies. These are people with specific expertises, be it in medical chemistry, in antibodies, in cardiovascular disease, or hematology, for example. These are really specialized people that have certain expertises that we can reach out to, and they're linked closely to our fund. Next slide, please. Our fund currently focuses on therapeutics mostly. When we started out in 2006, we had a much broader remit. Over the years, we have not only made the best results, but also basically focused our activities mainly on therapeutics. We do this in a number of therapeutic areas, where oncology is a large slice of that. But we also have opportunities in cardiometabolic disease, inflammation, nephrology, hematology, and rare disease. We also invest in what we call platform companies or technology and enabling technology companies that do drug discovery. And as I just said, we do mainly therapeutics. We occasionally invest in medtech still, but only on a very occasional basis. And the reasons for that are mainly that, as I said, we focus on therapeutics, but the medtech world is a different world in the sense that you would really have to develop products towards commercialization, while with therapeutics that typically is not needed to reach an exit for a company. Next slide, please. I talked to you briefly about the market. So as I said, we started with the Netherlands initially as our home market and our focus area. We established relationship with most of the TTOs across or if not all of the TTOs across the Netherlands that at that time in 2006 were actually only just established. So the history of technology transfer around at least universities in the Netherlands is not that long. But we have in a very small area, a relatively small area of the world, we have quite a number of academic centers and biotech clusters. For example, the Leiden University is well known to that. They also have a large biotech park where a lot of companies were already established. If I remember correctly, but in the mid-80s already the first biotech companies were finding a home base there, which helped over the years, obviously, to build on that and to grow that into one of the more productive centers for biotech companies in the Netherlands. By now, we focus mainly on the Benelux and Germany. However, we also invest outside of that. And a number of portfolio companies are now scattered across Europe, in Germany, UK, Belgium, Norway, and Switzerland. But we take these opportunities, of course, on a very opportunistic basis. And we, whenever we find something of interest, we try to find a solution as to where the company will be operational. We have expanded that scope, but still with a key focus on the Benelux and Germany. Next slide, please. Over the years, we have been able to make a number of successful exits. And I put up this slide not just to brag about the numbers, but just to show you that early stage investment funds can actually be also on the other end of the rainbow that these ventures ultimately promise, of course, is the exit of such a opportunity where a product will ultimately be taken up by a bigger market player that can do the further commercialization of the product. When we started out in 2006, I don't think that model of early stage venturing with relatively limited funds was really that proven. And I think over the years we have shown that it's not only a way to start companies and to build companies with seed and early stage venturing, but you can actually also make a very attractive return for investors. It takes a lot of time and a lot of expertise, we believe, to do so and experience, but it is certainly possible, and there are lots of examples besides us, of course, that show that. In the next slide, I just want to show you also there that in 2015, when we did our major exits with two of our portfolio companies, we as a small fund were in a list of the largest US and European private biopharma trade sales that really nobody could have predicted when we started out in 2006 with a fund of 15 million. So it is all feasible. This industry is really very exciting in terms of the potential. And it's a matter of trying to find the right opportunities, of course, which is not always easy, but something that clearly is feasible also in the European setting. None of our investments, please go to the next slide, have been done alone, and we collaborate with a large range of syndicate partners that work with us in our investments. And these are larger investment funds like Forbion, Incaf, LSP, Orbimed, or Fraser, or Sorvinova for that matter. The smaller funds, strategic funds that are linked to certain pharma companies, other early stage funds like Epidarex from the UK, but also, and I want to emphasize that, funds that are linked to certain universities like VBio from Ghent, from Oxford Science Innovations, and some local Dutch funds around the University of Leiden and University of Utrecht, for example. So there's a wide range of co-investors that have joined us in certain investments, sometimes very early on, in which we collaborate. And this industry is characterized, obviously, with a need for collaboration, a need for syndication of financing, spreading risk, and making sure that the finance that is needed comes to the table to bring companies to the next level where one could achieve a next round of financing and or a potential exit. Okay. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that we obviously are also very much focusing on the impact that this. I just mentioned this already, but it's very important that a fund like ours that is also and certainly started, as I will indicate a little bit later, with government money, that we focus our activities on trying to really be meaningful and create a health impact and a business impact, and do that with using responsible business practices. So I can't emphasize enough that that is certainly a part of how we look at our investment strategies, and we have a complete system in-house where we score our investments based on so-called impact factors to that. It's not only important for us, but it's also very important for our investors, our investors that invest in our funds. They typically also are very much focusing on making sure that the money that they invest is used in an appropriate manner. Okay, so maybe back to the start of Biogeneration Ventures in 2006 on the next slide. You all know that there's a challenge in translation from the translation from research to clinical research and ultimately a product. And typically this is characterized by the lack of funding or the so-called valley of death that is seen in, you know, a nice publication, some new findings, an IP that has been filed, and a promise of potential new cures that simply do not get any further development because there is no funding. In 2006, I got into contact with a group at a large bank in the Netherlands, the ABN AMRO Bank, that was active in the private equity side of the bank. And they saw this issue, particularly also in the Netherlands. They didn't see any party that would step into that valley of death, if you will, or was able to resolve the lack of funding. And they suggested to a number of university boards to come together and try to see if we could raise a fund that could take care of that, at least to a part. The university boards, interestingly enough, had never met each other before when that meeting was organized, and ultimately they were not able to come to any kind of agreement on doing something together. So I was approached to build a fund ultimately, and we were able to agree with one university in the Netherlands, at least, the University of Leiden, that had, as I said earlier, quite a substantial interest already in our industry, to build a fund around that. So in the next slide, so the idea was then to bridge with this fund, this lack of funding in this initial phase. We started out with a relatively small amount, and we did do this, what I alluded to earlier, with the support of this larger bank that ultimately spun out their activities in the private equity and biotech, and that became a new fund in 2006 also, called Forbion, and that's a fund we still collaborate with. Next slide, please. So that new fund was then supported, as I said, by University Leiden and this financial institution, but also by the Dutch government. And this came to the Dutch Organization for Scientific Research, NWO, and that had a program where they wanted to do valorization, and they initially also supported this initiative in 2006. It was one of the few initiatives in that direction. And all those ingredients gave us the possibility to slowly start growing a fund, and also basically to start. We raised some additional money, maybe on the next slide, from, in our case, for the fund at least initially, a Swedish group, for example, but also a family office from the UK, so not even from the Netherlands. And this is the way how we've built the initial fund. This is also the way that we're still working with new investors in the fund, and I can't stress enough how important it is to find these investors and convince them of the possibilities, not only in financial terms but also on impact that can be created in this particular industry. And I think by now, we speak in 2020, there are a lot of these players, these family offices, high net worth individuals, pension funds, etc., that are interested in this space for a multitude of reasons, and where we can play a role. And I think that's really important. I think what we have seen in most countries in Europe, you will be able to find these kind of parties. And it's just, you have to, of course, show a convincing story, a clear plan. But obviously, it's important to find these investors besides some initial support from a governmental organization, because otherwise there is no way to grow. And there's also, it's very important to make sure that you have a longer term vision going forward. And typically the governments will not be able to support these kind of initiatives on a really longer term position. So maybe just as a full disclosure, how we started in 2006 on the next slide is we started with our first fund. There was 15 million fund. Nowadays, that can be characterized as almost a fund that is probably too small in the European setting. So we had one university, we had two financial institutions, a high net worth individual, an industrial group, and a development agency from the Netherlands, besides the Dutch government that was supporting this initial fund. And I must say, when I look back, some of these investors were more or less coincidental almost. We didn't do a full fundraise. We spoke to some people, we got some context, but it enables us really to start our first fund. And that, of course, in hindsight, has been very important in our further development. We initially even had a very broad remit in terms of focus area, if you will. We looked at therapeutics, medical devices, enabling technologies, diagnostics, but also agro applications, and now have slowly versed into mostly only therapeutics. But this is the way we started, and I think it's sort of historic, but it also characterizes how initially difficult it was to set up a fund at that time, but also how it has grown and the potential that is certainly there in this industry. I think it is important to show you a little bit of our current strategy and how we look at companies, and because I think from what we have seen in bridging the gap towards industry, and particularly on the left side of this graph, what we call the create phase, it is very important that the right things are done. And currently in our fund strategy, we have a so-called create bucket, as we call it, which allows us to invest really early in initiatives, in maybe not even companies, just by providing a loan, for example, to do some crucial experiments that would then allow us to build a company around a certain asset. We do this, and we have been doing this in the last few years quite successfully, in building these companies ourselves, initially with universities, academia, and founders, obviously, in a bit less traditional way than maybe in the past, where you would have a company that would present itself to a venture group with a business plan and then start to talk about all the things that they believe they should be able to do with the money they're asking for. But so by building these companies, we have taken some of that initial phase in jointly with the founders, trying to build a data set that can then help us to really raise a more significant amount of what we call the shape phase of the company, where we really work towards a potential clinical use of the company, of the product, sorry. So This is the way we look at this, and a substantial part of our new portfolio and our current fund is going to be built out of this create bucket. In general, I think it is very important, and I always, when we talk to TTOs, we always stress that it's really important to start a company in a proper manner. So if you really start a company, if you think about starting a company, spinning out a company, things have to be done right. And it's not only just to have a good license agreement with the university and a clear agreement with the team that is supporting the spin out, but also making sure that you have a couple of things very clearly arranged in a proper manner, such as making sure that the founders' expectations are clearly managed. Things like if founders can obviously not be typically are less experienced or have no experience whatsoever in building companies, and somebody should tell them what to expect from an early day onwards, because that otherwise it will create well, to say the least, problems, or at least disappointments going forward, which we try to prevent in making sure that we have a very clear discussion with the founders about how these things are, how these companies will likely develop and what their role going forward will be. Particularly scientific founders are not necessarily found in a company in an active executive role after 2 or 3 years. And that can lead to certain disappointments of expectations that people may have when they found a company. So that is something that we really focus on initially, as an example. There are a lot of other things that we need to make sure of, that the financial start is done appropriately, that we have the agreements set up in a way that they are ready for the future. And of course, that there is sufficient money from day one to make sure that you can reach the goals that you set yourself. It doesn't make sense to under-finance a company. Those are the things that we typically still see in Europe, and we try to convince people that it doesn't make sense to do things half. You need to make sure that you have the right experiments done, for example. Okay, next slide, please. When a new team or a story presents itself, I think we can't stress enough that we as investors are really get excited, if you will, with the data. So it's all about presenting the data in a proper manner and making sure that that is really something that is, the next slide, by the way, please. That is really something that we think is of huge importance. It is therefore that we always emphasize to people that we talk to, scientists, and also in our early discussions with technology transfer office, please come over and have a chat about what your plans are before you start presenting it in a more formal way. I think with the feedback that we can give you regarding, how realistic is your development plan, how much money do you think you need to get to a certain stage, and with the experience that we have, we can easily give you some feedback to that will at least sort of do a reality check on the plans that you think you're preparing for that next phase. And we're very willing to make time for that, because we believe it's very important to help those teams in an early phase to do the right thing and to present themselves in a proper manner. Okay, now of the many other things that are important for the investors, of course we have I need to stop in 3 minutes, so I will do so. I saw the message, thank you. A long list of other things on the next slide that I will not go through that need to be reviewed. And then on the next slide, please. I just want to finish with the example of one of our largest success stories and just make you understand what our role as early stage investor has been in this story, where ultimately a lot of money was invested before we got to an exit. This is a story about Certa Pharma that we started in 2012, where we joined forces with two founders that were former employees of a pharmaceutical company in the Netherlands called Organon, owned by Merck US. It came to us with a plan, but with no license of the IP, and with a plan that was quite broad in terms of not focused on not just one, but I believe it was about 4 products at the same time. So we became a co-founder of this company. We helped the team to negotiate the license with Merck in the United States. It was the owner of the IP. And then we also found a complementary team in the United States, actually, that had knowledge and know-how about this particular field of kinase inhibitors in oncology, in leukemia predominantly. And we were able to convince the founders, the original Dutch founders, to team up with this team in the US, because we felt that with that experience, we would have a potential chance for success. And we then ultimately led a seed round in 2013. That was the start of a process that went actually quite fast, where now in 2000, or even already in 2017, we had the first approval of the product in a particular lymphoma in the United States. So our role was really in that early phase where we helped a number of founders negotiate a proper license, building the team, making the plans, and arranging a seed round of an investment that ultimately resulted in a very successful end. I'll stop here, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Mr. Wessel, thank you very much for really fascinating presentation and for disclosing so much data and information with us. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but I would like nevertheless use this opportunity to answer some of these questions that we have received in the meantime. Because I'm afraid of losing contacts again, I would prioritize question addressed to you, Mr. Wessel, and later on we will come back to questions addressed to Director Přenosová. So the question addressed to you, Mr. Wessel, is that how do you actually look for the companies you support, and whether there is a possibility for the Czech new enterprises to present their plans to you?
Yeah, so there are different ways that we meet new initiatives. So as I said, we simply get approached. You can, through our internet link, our website, you can just send information to an email address, and then we will have a look at it. People contact us directly, also happens a lot, and then we have contacts across Europe with a lot of technology transfer offices and universities that we talk to on a regular basis, to just not only present biogeneration, but also talk about potential opportunities that they may have, that they're considering spinning out, or and then we also look at literature and publications to see if something of interest pops up that we could potentially work with. And then I think what is also extremely important is our network, people that we know in this industry that come to us and saying, hey, we've seen this really interesting thing, you should have a look, or why don't you contact this person, etc. So those are the kinds of things that typically on this long list play a role. But I would say mostly it's the informal network that is really important here.
Thank you very much. Possibly one more question just arrived. Basically, it's a comment, a question. The achievements of your company are impressive. Can you comment what was the biggest mistake that you might have experienced, and what you would have done differently from I understand from this experience?
So we made many mistakes. and it's hard to qualify them and what would be the biggest mistake. But I think the most important thing is that, that's not for nothing that I put this slide up, is that you set up a company in a proper manner, that you don't start a company where you don't believe that you have everybody with, as we say in the Netherlands, with the nose in the same direction, so that everybody is aligned. And in some instances, we may have said, okay, we'll solve this later. And that, in general, is not a good idea. You should really make sure that you start in a way that everybody believes is going to be successful.
Thank you. And now possibly questions addressed to Director Přenosilová. There is a comment, a question again, rather. 5 million crowns for a startup, as you described in your presentation, is the funding is excellent. What are the limitations and what happens with the founders after failing, knowing that 90% of the startups fail? So I think it's an important question of people who might be afraid of the repercussions of a fail.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, 5 million Czech crowns is definitely excellent. The limitations which are set up to the programs are not finally defined yet, but definitely is going to be a great idea, business potential. We will also look into like the founders and their potential, because this is a very important part after the discussion of many venture capitalists and the business angel, that they actually do invest in the team and their ideas, and not just in the idea or the product. We are planning to accept a failure, and that the companies won't finish the incubation, and this is something actually new in supporting the companies through the government, because the failure very often it's not something you would like to present or you would like to accept. But I think that this is something we just need to change, and I hope that through the program and during the program, those who succeed, as I mentioned, will succeed spectacularly, which means that the money and the effort which will put in those who succeed will be like a multiple effect from those who won't succeed. And this is something we have a discussion with the provider, which is the Ministry of Industry and Trade, if they are willing to accept those failures. And so far they are willing, so we continue with the discussion how to set up the role regarding to public subsidy and other requirements. But what happens when the company will fail? Well, what usually happens? There is nothing you can take out of the company because there is no company. So that's it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Possibly last two questions, and if I may ask very briefly,
okay,
because we are eating up from the break.
I'll close down now. All right, thank you very much.
Actually, in your presentation, you have mentioned, and this is the question to Director Přenosilová, you have mentioned mostly the technology-based new enterprises. The question arises then, are there any examples of commercial initiatives from social sciences or humanities, if you can share the experience of yours? And a little bit related, but different question. There might be challenges down the road for the new enterprise, like certification of the product, which are quite costly. So the question is that whether do you plan any targeted support in this regard? So, and again, I ask you to answer briefly because we have to finish the session.
Yes, thank you for the question again. Regarding to non-tech startups, I try to answer through the Slido, but there is a limitation of the verbs actually, so it's not possible to put the whole answer. Regarding to some commercial initiatives, there are an incubator such as Impact Hub here in the Czech Republic, so they focus on this sector or this area, and also some venture capital funds which are now focused more on non-tech companies. I think that one of them is it's Fazole Ventures. And there are others, but as I put the answer, we do believe that those tech startups they have bigger obstacles to come up with the product or with the service, so that's where we see the gap and we want to help them. But it doesn't mean that if there is some interesting idea from the non-tech startups, but based on innovative solutions, it can be supported. So that's why also the creative industries will play a big role in supporting in the next upcoming years. And regarding to the certification, definitely this is something over the budget we are able to provide, but there are other programs or the projects and through them it can be supported. But one of the ideas, like not the only way, but one of the way is actually to attract the private risk capital to support those companies, so they would be able to cover those expenses.
Thank you very much, and I would like to close this session by really appreciating the speakers of all of them. I think we have heard very inspiring and excellent presentations. I understand as the process should be started today, there will be many other possibilities in the future to carry on with our debates and exchanges. I would like now to declare the coffee break for 15 minutes, which means that we reconvene 10 to 12. If you need it there are restrooms actually when you leave this main building through that door, then along the corridor to the left, up to the steps at the other corner of this building. Coffee is served with some small bites in the foyer, so you are invited to refresh yourself and prepare for another session that, in my opinion, would be very interesting, and this is the panel discussion chaired by Mr. Zahradka. So thank you very much, and I believe that our speakers really deserve a big applause. já vypadnu, jo? Dear colleagues, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so that we can start with our next agenda item, which is the panel discussion. You can have your coffee with you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could I ask you to maybe come back with your coffee and we can start with the panel discussion? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm really happy to be here. I would like first thanks to the organizers to organize this event today. Despite the situation is not optimal, it's great to have a chance to speak with the real people, not only online. So thanks to that. So first, my name is Jaromír Zahrádka. I'm CEO of INI Prague, which is a biotech incubator and company which is investing in startups in the biotech field. We are owned by the IOCB Institute of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, and we are already having a couple of spin-offs in our portfolio. Six spin-offs are already there, and 3 or 4 should be established, or the collaboration should start soon. So this is really topic what we should discuss today. So how to establish a successful startup, what is needed, especially in the biotech field, which is really demanding. And usually or regularly we are discussing if the supportive environment, if the tools how to support financially startups is prepared well or not. However, based on our experience, there are many points which are making troubles, which are still challenges. So I would like to take it a bit from a different point of view. And as it has been mentioned here before, especially in biotech, the expertise is too much different for scientists and then for the managers in the spin-offs. And there are many other topics. So as it has been mentioned before, we are challenging lack of human capital, lack of people who are able and who has sufficient skills to support spin-offs and to work there. And so during today's discussion, we have 4 great guests here, and I will start with a lady and with our guest from Netherlands, Laura McDonald. She is a tech transfer person. She used to work for the tech transfer at the University of Leiden, which is one of the most innovative universities in Netherlands. And currently she's a CEO of ASTP, Dutch ASTP part. And then another guest from Germany is Thomas Doppelberger. I hope he is already online. Can you hear us, Thomas? Yeah. Okay, we can see you, but not hear you. But anyway, Thomas is the...
I hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. So Thomas is the CEO of Fraunhofer Ventures, which is a company which is taking care of spin-offs for 74 Fraunhofer institutes. He is there already for almost 20 years, so he has great experiences, and we hope he will share these experiences with us. Another panelist is Professor Tomáš Zima, director of Charles University. He is very supportive for startup formation. As it has been mentioned, Charles University established its own fully owned company, CUIP, which is really game-changing for universities. So they are pioneering this in Czech Republic. So it's great to have him here. And the last but not least is Petr Očko. It's a Deputy Minister for Digitalization and Innovation of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. He used to work as well as a chairman of a Czech technology agency, so he is very involved in applied research support and in as well a panel, or let's say platform, which is discussing how to support startups in Czech Republic. So again, very relevant speaker. So let's start with the very first question. So as I mentioned, the issue is that we have a lot of very nice scientific projects, long-term research programs, which has a promising outcomes. However, we usually lack people who can somehow take it as a CEO of a project or as a manager of a startup. So the question is how to create a team in order to meet the basic requirements. And I would like to use the opportunity that we have a lot of guests here. So I would like to ask the audience first. So who of you thinks who should be the CEO of a startup company? So where these people should come from? So are these scientists? Please raise your hands. Former scientists or students should take a lead in a company. Okay. Or like ex-biotech or pharma or diagnostics company guys, so somebody who is from the industry? Okay, so much more hands. Or somebody else, like external managers, lawyers, economists. Okay, and there's another possibility. We have a lot of tech transfer colleagues here, so do you think that the tech transfer people should take a lead in startups? Somebody is thinking that? No? Okay. So we will see what is the opinion of our guests. So first, we will start with Germany, with the Fraunhofer Ventures. So I would like to ask Thomas. So who is usually forming a biotech startup or teams in the Fraunhofer Ventures, and what's important? Which expertise is needed there?
Yes. First of all, hello to everybody from Munich, Germany. It's a pity for me that I'm not able to come to Prague today, but the reason why this is so everybody is well knowing. So let's come back to your question. We here by Fraunhofer Venture, we are responsible for spin-off activities out of the 74 Fraunhofer institutes, and there are special institutes, several number. They are dealing in the environment of life sciences, of biotech, and so on. And we see very different starting teams, of course. At the one side, in the beginning, a main role are the scientists themselves. They have the idea, they are the inventors of the IP, and they were thinking about spinning out a company. And of course, they are in a premium role, and in many cases, they have the motivation and to become an entrepreneur and leave the institute and become the CEO of a startup company. And especially in the founding phase, often there is no alternative. So they are the only one. They believe in the story, and further on, when the company is developing, then other guys from outside, and this is the goal we have, to make a development in the team, that we have other disciplines, not only the biotech guys, also economic guys. They are have experience to bring products into the market, and that depends. And this is mostly thing which is mentioned by partners, especially venture capitalists. They say we need a complete management team, and then we are looking in our environment, the environment of our institutes, environment of the venture capitalists, to make complete management teams. And I think it's a combination of biotech scientists coming from the, let's say, biotech scene, from the research lab, and guys from the outside to make a complete team out of them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's really good to hear that this is something which is complex, and you need to combine people from various expertise or with various expertises. So I would like to ask Laura McDonald to maybe describe or say to us, so how it usually works in Netherlands, or and if is there some role for the tech transfer professionals in general? So what is crucial? What is your experience, where the people are coming from to start the spin-off company? And yeah, that's it.
And thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone. I think the Dutch experience, where since 2006. Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry. Technology, huh? I'm embarrassed to say I'm a tech transfer professional when I can't work the technology, but okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so the Dutch landscape, where I've been active since 2006, I think Edward van Wezel, the last speaker, in his presentation talked about the long history in some parts of the Netherlands of active spinning out and starting up with science parks. So I think the ideal scenario, that even in 2006, working for a university in a medical center, was that we were really looking for people, and it's a mix of people. All the people you listed, Jaromir, all can be really effective starting CEOs. But it depends on the personality, the skills, and also what the company needs. So what we have in the Netherlands is, I would say, blossoming. I'm looking over at Koen on the far side of the room, but I think what our reality is that we actually have a blossoming community of what we call serial entrepreneurs. And what can we do, and where do they come from? Serial entrepreneurs are the people who have been successful, motivated to be involved in spin-outs and startups. Some of them did start out life as academics, either professors, or increasingly experienced postdocs who find their career going into an economic business one rather than staying in academic research. So they can be some academics, can also be people who have been in industry for a long time, large companies or other biotechs. But one way or the other, they've been attracted to the whole energy of being involved in a spin-out or a startup. And one of the things that's really great about the Netherlands is it's not only geographically a small country, but it is also culturally very closely connected. So one of the challenges is to keep that network of serial entrepreneurs accessible, so that we can use a very trendy word, that we can recycle these people, we can connect them to the good scientists, the projects they're interested in, the funders. Sometimes they're angel investors and they've made their money because they've been successful in setting up early companies. So what we want to do is kind of keep that community connected, so that when the new opportunities come along, then we can actually feed them in and do that sort of thing. And so some universities, for example, run a program which they call Entrepreneurs in Residence, where they invite people who are these serial entrepreneurs to come and spend time, you know, 1 day a week or maybe full time for 6 months in and around either a specific department or a faculty or the whole university. Just a little bit scouting, building relationships and moving on. So that's a little bit the Dutch landscape.
Okay, thank you. So it seems that there is a need to build ecosystem and a community, and I guess that every spin-off is a separate story. Well, however, in all the cases, I guess that the scientists or the activity of the scientific team is very crucial for successful spin-off. So now I would like to ask Professor Zima if the Czech scientists at the universities are somehow prepared to participate on a spin-offs and work for them and support them. And if not scientists, what about students? And are the students prepared well for this role?
I will continue for the answer from the colleague before me. I think when we starting the story of the transfer, maybe 12 years ago, it was, and when we said that we will directly cooperate with the industry, the person from rector's office will be punishing. But now during this 12 years, it's mostly changed this ecosystem or atmosphere on the university. We're doing during the last decades more information and more proactive educational events for a representative of schools, for the scientists and for the students on a different level. There are some subjects or some courses, how to be success, how it's communicate with industry, how it's protect the intellectual property, how it's do the benefits for the research for society. And it's a long journey, but I think that on our university we are successful on it. The people knows how communicate. They have some ideas which is sending to the center of the transfer or directly to our spin-off or our company, Charles University CUIP, and this directly communicate with the scientists. But what it's make the team very the experts for the scientific areas, and also for it is a benefit of our university that we have also people from the economic areas and other ones and the faculty of law, and we joining and sharing the teams together to be successful. But it is a long story, and we are only two limited companies by Institute of Organic Chemistry and only one from the university, the Charles, when we starting 2 years ago as a pioneers here. But I believe that it is stimulating the other students and colleagues, which is like to show society that the science is very effective and important.
Thank you very much. So it seems it's on the good way in the Charles University. The next question is to Mr. Očko. So the perspective of the Czech government, let's say, of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. So there are many new programs already started or planned for startups and spin-offs to give them money to work. However, do you think it's important to support as well individuals, project champions, future CEOs, help them to be better, maybe help them to find their project? So is there a way how to support teaming up of startups and forming teams and finding the right CEOs?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this debate. First, I would like to say that cooperation of academia and industry is one of very important priorities of the Czech government within the innovation strategy. So we are very much involved in this. I think Czech innovation strategy that was approved in the beginning of last year, that is called, as probably was mentioned already, the Czech Republic country for the future, is proves to be working in many areas. It's very targeted and focused focusing on the areas of weak places in Czech innovation ecosystem in a very broad sense, I would say. And academia, business, cooperation, technology transfer, commercialization of R&D, we have to say still it's rather weakness than the strengths of the Czech ecosystem. So I'm very happy that a lot of things happens. I would fully agree with Mr. Rector Zima that actually the technology transfer ecosystem of the Czech Republic 10 years ago and now is completely different. So many things happened, and we see big developments in the area of universities, but also business, and we see more and more connections. But still, we are not there. Actually, there are many reasons for that. And if I try shortly answer the question about teams. I think we have to start in something that we debate always on this kind of debates. It's an educational system, but I actually do not mean primarily the university level. I mean actually elementary or higher education level, because actually in the Czech Republic, and it would be maybe interesting debate on the experience from the Netherlands and Germany. Actually, the entrepreneurial competencies are probably not the ones that would be actually prioritized in the Czech educational system. And then, of course, the willingness to be entrepreneur is actually lower. Actually, we have evidence on that. Like we have several years of global entrepreneurship monitor. That is actually international methodology for monitoring the willingness to be entrepreneur, and we see the Czech Republic is still lagging behind, and partly it's definitely not the full answer. Partly it's thanks to educational system. Actually, this is one of the things that is targeted by the innovation strategy, and we have, I would say, good communication with the Ministry of Education at this moment. But definitely, it's not something you can change in a few months, of course. But we have to work on it. We can work with changing the mindset, and I think what is good to do is actually to speak, to show good examples. I think from our side, definitely we see, and we are happy to closely cooperate with Czech Invest. I actually didn't hear all of the things that Markéta Přenesová said, but definitely she spoke about activities in the startup ecosystem, and showing the good examples is a good thing. And actually, your question about how to build the best teams, of course, it's difficult. On the other hand, actually, many people and from many areas can be good entrepreneurs. Depends on the type of business. It depends on many other things, and definitely it's good to help them. What actually we are actually missing here in the Czech Republic, and we are trying to work on it now, and I will be very happy to hear more experience from the Netherlands, maybe from Germany. But we had a short talk with Laura just before this panel. Actually, we are, from my point of view, we are not able to systematically bring smart money, smart investors to actually research ecosystem. Actually, of course, IOCB is an exception, a positive exception. We have many nice examples. I personally very appreciate establishment of CUIP, of course, in the Charles University. That is the step in the right way. But what I think we are missing is a kind of university pre-seed funding that actually we were thinking about, and I see some faces from Transfera here. We are discussing several times, but I think it would help. And I think maybe 5 years ago, when we started the discussions on this topic, or 6, I don't know, it was maybe too early for the Czech ecosystem, but now it's the time. So I was very much interested in the Dutch fund that was presented here. Actually, I'm very sorry I couldn't have been here before. But this is something that could also help to form the right teams to end with the answer to your question.
Thank you very much. I forgot to mention that audience is welcome to use the Slido application, #FromScience, and we can ask our guests to answer your questions. So thank you. So we learned a lot about this, how to work with teams, and another challenges which we see from our experience. As it has been mentioned, we are now having in our portfolio various startups. Some of them will be presented here, and what we see as one of the issue, or maybe another challenge, is to settle the right relationship with the alma mater, or with the originator institution and spin-off. So how these two institutions, the original research institution and spin-off, should interact, and how this interaction should work, and where are their rules which must be somehow used. So, and as well, there are other stakeholders, investors, management, which is in some cases from outside of the project. So now I would like to ask Professor Zima again. We heard that Charles University is somehow prepared thanks to the CUIP, which is something unique in universities here. So maybe my question is not only for the Charles University. So are Czech universities in general prepared to be a partners for startups, and what it could mean from your perspective to be a good partner for the startup?
It's a very good question. I think that the universities generally are good partners, because it's a stable institution, one of the oldest companies which are 100 years exist, and most of universities are robust by economical stability and so on. It's maybe the positive, and have teams and so on. But what the problem, and I think it is not well done and not well placed still in Czech Republic, it is, I think, the flexibility. Because it's university should invest some money or should establish some company, this process is from 3 months up to 1 year. Because it must prepare the documents, must negotiate with the Senate, must negotiate with the Board of Trustees, and make a final decision. It is, for the real economic world, it's impossible, and it's maybe our story when we starting with a CUIP limited company, but from the idea when we learn in the universities in Germany, in Netherlands, in Belgium, it's a process for negotiation of this company and establishing this company take time, approximately 2 years, when we finalize the establishment of CUIP. But the CUIP, as the last example for the new COVID technology measurements, diagnostic kits, establishing the spin-off during the 3 weeks. It's generally in the university system, it's impossible. And there is, I think, the still barriers in the administration of the universities in Czech Republic, but there are some solution how sorted out this process.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we can ask Laura McDonald again. So what is her experience in Netherlands, and how important is to define the relationship properly at the beginning, and where could be the role of a tech transfer professional in this establishment of relationship and spinning off the company?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think, and apologies if my historic roots as a lawyer come to the fore here, but I am going to use the word formalize, because I believe that the whole energy and enthusiasm, it's a very emotional and personal adventure. spinning off, starting up new companies. It's as much about, if not more, about the people than the technology or the company and all the rest of it. But when it comes to this critical question, the relationship, short, medium and long term, between the originating institution, the university, and the new venture, the company, two or three things I think to remember, and several people have mentioned it already today, and even in this panel earlier, is that that relationship will evolve. The needs of the company and the needs of the university over time will evolve. So your question, what's the role of the Tech Transfer Office? The Tech Transfer Office has been hopefully instrumental in being a catalyst to bring together the opportunity and the people and so on, and certainly will have a responsibility to the institution to set things on a good track. I know Edward said everybody should face the same direction. The great question, what was the biggest mistake? He answered whether the best learning experience was everybody has to be lined up. And that comes back to my short answer to the question. It's important that the Tech Transfer Office helps to play a role in formalising the expectations of both the university and the company. And I think that very simply, if life can ever be simple, requires thinking about three different relationships that are going to be short, medium or long-term relationship bases between the university and the company. One, of course, is the first one around the access to the intellectual property. So whether that's going to be a complex portfolio of patent rights and know-how and materials, whatever the IP portfolio is, which is the basis, presumably, of the technology going into the company, is that a license agreement? I think in many countries, and the Dutch experience is usually that the initial relationship is one where ownership of the IP stays and is licensed to the new company. Lots of good reasons, we can talk about that another day or over lunch. So formalise a license agreement. And it has to be robust enough that the rights and obligations of the company, particularly their rights to commercially use and develop the intellectual property, have to be robust enough to justify an investor putting money into the company to allow it to do that. So the flexibility in a license agreement or the IP rights agreement cannot be too flexible, but the critical thing is formalise it, and the role of the Tech Transfer Office can be to help look forward and encapsulate in the legal agreement some of the what-if scenarios, so that you've already thought through what if, it may be a royalty deal or an equity deal that might change, etc. So is there a mechanism for discussing and agreeing future changes? So that's one thing. The second area is around the people. And again, at the start of the spin-off scenario, maybe it's really important that not just the originating inventor professor and their role is defined, but actually the whole unit. It could be the access to the starting materials, whatever, optimizing the testing process and the production of whatever samples might be needed for the start of the company's operations. So actually having a relationship with the people in the research team is important. That should be formalized, and maybe even they are going to be doing some of the hands-on work, the translational work. So there should be a formal relationship if the company is basically driving certain service work or R&D work, etc. And then the third area can also be infrastructure. It can be that the company has money, needs to spend it in the early validation stage together with business planning and so on, but actually, operationally, the technology is being moved forward, and that the space used might initially be still within the university. So these are the people, the access to the IP and the infrastructure need to be formalized, but in a balanced way that each of these three different relationships can be handled separately, because the needs of the company will change over time. So I think a long answer to your question, but I think that's really important, and the TTO should be in a very good position to help drive and structure these relationships, recognizing they may change.
Okay, thank you very much for very structured answer. So the message, I think, is to really formalize the contact and interaction between these two entities. And maybe this is the right time to ask Mr. Očko, because from the practical point of view, we are challenging somehow with the situations that the universities are not really sure how they can do the formal interaction. So what is allowed, what is not allowed. So they are not, I think the legislation is somehow ready for that, but my question is, is here some, so what can do the government or the ministries to make it more easygoing, this interaction, and give a more security or sureness that this is the right way how to do such an interaction? So is there a way how the ministry can help in this?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Actually, yes, we have identified together that actually one of the barriers to have like more intensive technology transfer, especially in the area of creation of spin-offs, actually administrative barriers, but rather a little bit of fear if it's actually legal. So that's something that has come out from feedback from universities, actually, also from debates from people from transfer, I would say. And I'm very happy that we were able to gather academic organizations, universities, Academy of Sciences, Czech Invest, Ministry of Industry, and a few other organizations under the platform of innovation strategy, where we created actually what you have actually mentioned, this spin-off platform. We were able together to create what we call spin-off guide. It means short 3 or 4 pages actually manual, what are the possibilities, how more efficiently create spin-off, in what situations, what do you have to take into account to make to actually give more assurance that the way that the university selects to create a spin-off is legal, because actually, of course, we deal to a great extent with the public money, and of course some audits come and may have some objections. I don't know how it's in Germany and the Netherlands, but actually it was actually a real problem. So now we have this spin-off guide. We have also, I would say, marketing version of this spin-off guide that is actually distributed by Czech Invest together with the universities, and I think it helps a lot. So I think we could continue in these efforts. Maybe we could do more also to have some recommendations that actually from Czech Invest we have a few definitely on like investor relations to spin-offs. Maybe some other topics could be even more covered. Of course, many technology transfer offices have their own guides, but I think it's always useful to have some harmonized approach, because we have one legislation, the Czech Republic, so we should maybe try to have a harmonized approach. We have to say also that actually the combination of the R&D law, university law, maybe other laws and state aid is really not in the Czech Republic. And again, it would be interesting to hear the experience from Germany and the Netherlands. Does not make situation very easy. If you have to be in line with all the legislation and state aid, it's sometimes not easy. So our answer now is spin-off guide that actually in a few months we were able to produce it and make it approved by Governmental Council on R&D and even the government. That was something that was even more than I expected. But we probably can do more in this. So we will definitely try in the spin-off platform. I think it's time to meet again and virtually maybe and discuss it further. But we have some results already.
Thank you. So it looks that we are on the good way, and it's good that the discussion is running. So it's great. So now the question to Thomas Doppelberger. Is he still there? Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So we are really curious how it works at Fraunhofer Ventures in this perspective. So how the partnership is settled and what is usually your role in setting up this partnership, and what is crucial to do this the right way.
So thank you very much. I will follow on what Laura has already said. I think it's very important for the technology transfer offices to act as a catalyst to guarantee a long-term relationship between the startup company at the one side and the research organization or the university at the other side. And I will give some examples, different levels where the partnership has to be organized, and which is very important for the success of the startup company and the technology transfer at all. The basis of the most startups or all startups we are supporting at Fraunhofer Venture is IP, intellectual property rights out of the single institutes, and the startup has to, let's say, access to the IP. They need freedom to operate based on their business model, and the business model is basing on IP of the research organization. So you need a licensing agreement, as Laura mentioned, and that's not so easy to make a licensing agreement which is, let's say, startup friendly at the one side and based on market conditions, because the research organization or universities are receiving public aid, and so they have to consider market conditions, non-for-profit status in their agreements. And in another step, the venture capitalists expect clauses like the transfer of the IP to the startup company, and that's is causing at the one or the other extent problems, especially at Fraunhofer. This is one level, the whole IP situation, and you need a long-term agreement that the startup has the possibility to act as they are planning. At the other side, you also have to consider that the IP is one status of the development, and there are further common projects that the startup has the possibility to stay at the first mover status to do together further research work. What's important for many of our startups is access to infrastructure, to lab capacity, to clean room capacity at our labs. So this is also what has to be managed, this relationship, how a startup has access or can work in the laboratory of our institutes. The personal transfer, not only the technology transfer, also the personal transfer, where the staff of Fraunhofer Institute is leaving Fraunhofer and is going to the startup company. And last but not least was which was mentioned before, another level, if we decide to become a shareholder in a startup company as part of the licensing agreement, maybe then you have a very long-term relationship. Especially the research organization has to think about how we're acting. If there's a financing round, are we a part in the financing round? Are we willing to be diluted during financing, or do we act as a co-investor, and so on? So I only want to mention that there are different levels in the partnership between the research lab, the alma mater, the university, and the single startup company. And in some extent, it's not so easy for big organizations or university to think and act how it's expected from the startup company.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we heard the answers of all our guests, and I think it's evident that it's important to set up the interaction very carefully and to really take care and stay focused on this part. However, we are now in Czech Republic starting with these activities, in fact, and there is from, let's say, all sides we hear that it's really important to establish spin-off one by one, to have a lot of spin-offs here, to start this culture. However, this is another topic which is coming from our expertise. So we are now talking about the biotech startups, which mean that the success rate in the startups is usually something between 5 to 15 or 20% if you are really lucky. So vast majority of the startups will fail, most probably, because of the technology or maybe some other reasons. However, this haven't started yet, let's say here. And I decided for this question because I would like to start such a discussion in general, what to do with the conflicts between the spin-offs, universities, and what to do if the company fails. And now I would like to start with Mr. Očko, just to ask if he thinks that the Czech legal system is prepared for such a conflict, and if we are here prepared to somehow go over these failures, not in a negative way, at least it's not positive, of course, but at least with some not too much negative, to facilitate another spin-offs to be started, to have a chance to have here unicorns. So if you have some unicorns, you need to have some startups which failed. So are we prepared for this?
Yeah, again, good question. Not so easy answer. Actually, definitely some spin-offs are established, they exist, work, and so it's possible. And in many cases, of course, the conflicts are somehow managed. Generally, what we can say is the more the more robust is the establishment of spin-off than in a legal way, in a way of describing the relationships and tackling the IP and so on. The less probability of real conflicts might happen. Or if it happens, then we should have right ways how to deal with it. So it's important to spend some time and energy in the beginning in establishing a spin-off, in partnerships with investors and so on. So that's one thing. Actually, we do not have, as I speak for the ministry, so much evidence on big problems when spin-offs actually do not perform as it was expected. That is usually the situation when the partners might be a little bit unhappy and quarreling. So actually, that's also because that there are not so many spin-offs that would come to this phase. So I think that generally the legal system is here. We are stayed with the legal system. So actually there are some institutes in place. But what I think actually one thing is we do not have enough experience with this. Maybe people from the tech transfer offices will say something else. I will be very happy for that. And what I think actually that we could probably more in the sense of maybe IP disputes where actually can the problems arise, of course. What we are discussing now with Institute of Industrial Property, UPV, is mediation center for IP that I think is very good idea that could actually accelerate and smooth the communication on IP, also in the area of spin-off. So this is one of the activities that we would like to support also under the umbrella of innovation strategy. Definitely there will be some debates on that. There is some basic proposal from Industrial Property Office on the table right now. But here again, I will be very happy for the experience from the Netherlands and Germany.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so right time to ask Laura. What is your experience with the conflictive situations between universities and startups, and how to keep all the stakeholders on the same side of a barrier despite the technology is not successful? So what's your advice in this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there are two or three things to say here. And one is a little bit following from the last question, number 2, which is all about, what kind of relationships there are. But I think if we're talking about a situation where the company, the spin-out, startup, whatever, has failed, okay, there can be lots of different reasons for the failure, but if the failure is down to there's no market, there's no technology or whatever, then I think in my experience, I think I go back to something I mentioned in my very first answer, which is that I think it's important, and I think the TTO can help shape this thinking, that on the one hand, we've got a company which has failed, and it can be quite early in its life, or it can actually be maybe 2 or 3 years down, there's been a lot of money invested and so on. So whatever stage, it doesn't matter. But I think when it comes to the failing stage and the relationship looking back at the university, I think the critical thing is to separate out the core ingredients, because what went into the company was, wait for it, IP, technology ideas, it was people, and it was money and a vision to move forward. And I think one of the most important things I've seen over the years is that a successful ecosystem is one where, as you said, Jaromir, only maybe 10-15% of all spin-outs will still be there in the future. Most of them fail. So one of the critical things that comes out of the whole exercise is the ability to recycle. The people, I talked about serial entrepreneurs, somehow that is a really great experience, and I know I used to work in the UK. Clearly, I'm not speaking English with a Dutch accent. I'm from Scotland originally, and I spent almost 15 years in tech transfer in the UK from the early 90s, again, an era going through exactly what you're going through just now, and how do we all work together and make this happen? And it was certainly one of the lessons that we had to remove the fear factor. There was a fear of failure, a shame associated with it, and all the rest of it. Putting that culturally, if possible, to one side, which also comes with an entrepreneurial awareness. So gradually, things can change. But I think separating the people, the technology, and the fate of the actual company. And hopefully the agreements are in place, with the investors and such like, that they're prepared for it failing. But the key thing is, let's not use the people and their energy in running away from being involved in this kind of thing again. Sometimes the people, especially if it's the scientists, will maybe have been on secondment. They've not given up their full-time position in the university. And again, I don't know what the structure in the Czech Republic is, but for us, it's been possible in the Netherlands and the UK that people, the academics or their postdocs at whatever level, their technical expertise is needed in the first 2 or 3 years, but they don't really want to actually give up everything in their academic life. So we have secondment arrangements, so they just terminate and the people come back, or the entrepreneurs can actually drive forward. And the same can also be true of the technology. It may be that the technical failure was the technology didn't work, but it maybe just didn't work for that market, or that the company was running with 3 or 4 products. I think Edward talked about one of their first companies that really flew, had 4 prevalent projects, but they didn't run with all of them. So can we recycle the technology? Can it go somewhere else? So I think recycling and separating the components is the way of handling.
Sorry. So thank you. So it's good to see that there is the light on the end of the tunnel of a failure of a company, which sounds a bit like American way, that every failure makes you stronger. Of course, I feel this is something which is not really, we don't have experience with this so much, and the Czech way is usually that once you fail, you don't get a chance again. So my question to Professor Zima is, are we prepared for failures, and are we able somehow to change this way of thinking to the American or Dutch style, let's say?
Yes, we should be prepared for the failure because it is a real life. For me, it is a spin-off. It is one of the company in the market, and it should be successful, but something it's unpredictable on the market. Now in the COVID era, it's many changes now, but it is a classical company spin-off, and we should be prepared on it. And if we will discussing with some investment, the investment for spin-off and for the new ideas, it's very risk investment. And how we minimize the risk, it is discussing with some boards and with some experts from Czech and outside, if this idea is so promising and so successful. And if we said yes, it's a good idea, we should starting the investment, sharing the risk with the private sector or government and university. But we need some checkpoints when we said, okay, we will continue or we will invest more, or sorry, this is no way to continue, we will close it. And I think that we will not make some stigmatization of the people on university if losing the money with a project which is not going well. But I think we need the mechanisms, and we have the mechanism on our university, when we should, okay, we will stop it. We invest, we lose something, but it should stop. Yeah, because it's a real life, and I think the success rate should be 20-25%. What will be more complicated if the investment for the spin-off will be through the government, because the government and some supportive instruments, it said, okay, if we will invest, it's maybe the 100% effectiveness. But now it is a changes, these ideas, because the people know that sometimes it's the good idea not finding some industrial partner or not find the market for the transfer, but it's maybe more complicated for negotiations. But if it's a university and private sector, it's maybe done, but need a checkpoint, and I think that the people will not make some stigma for the people which is not be effective and not be successful, because it is a real life with the checking that's all doing the best what they mentioned, but it's a real life.
Thank you very much. So now we can maybe ask Thomas Doppelberger for his opinion, and I'm just curious if they were successful already in Germany to solve this problems of conflicts and possible failure of the company. So what is your advice in this point of view? What's your experience? What is the most crucial thing which should not be forget in this aspect?
Thank you very much. I have to be honest, even in Germany, startups fail. I cannot give any patent for the success of startups. And as Professor Zima said, it's part of the game. If you spin out or if you found high-tech companies, it's part of the game that the one or the other company will fail and don't reach the goal. And of course, this hurts for all participants, for all. They are part of the game, the founders, the investors, the university or the research organization where the IP comes from. And what I see are two main topics. It's not an active decision that the founders or the shareholders say, let's stop the game or the story because it doesn't work anymore. It's in the most cases a very passive decision that the surrounding gives the information or the feedback that the business model doesn't work and there is no future for the startup company anymore, or you don't find any follow-on investors in a needed financing round, and then you have to bring down the activities of the startup company. In some extent, we also see the IP, the intellectual property, the patent doesn't fulfill the things which were promised from the beginning on, or the market, the customers, the competitors are developing in other ways, and all the things you have to consider if such a startup is successful or is not successful. What we are doing at the beginning when we are identifying the ideas, the projects, let's say the startup projects at our institutes, we were focusing with a huge amount of manpower in the ramp-up phase. And the more, let's say, time you spend in modeling the business model or the business plan, and you are thinking about the market, the competitors, the IP situation, who can be partners in the future, customers who are possible investors, and so on and so on. The failure rate maybe go down, and at the end of the day, the robustness rate of the startups is a little bit higher than it was mentioned before. 50% or 60% of the high-tech startups disappear during the first 3 years, I think, if you look at the European Startup Monitor. So this is what we are focusing on, to prepare the startup, the business model from the beginning on in the best way. But even then, you have, in some extent, the situation that that the one or the other business model disappear, and you have, of course, from in a personal level by the founders, it's a very, very hard and depressive situation if such a startup has to be liquidated and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think with the it's a really crucial topic to speak about failures as well, to somehow decrease the barrier of a fear of a people to start startups actually. And we are discussing in Czech Republic how to establish spin-offs for many years, and we are discussing possible conflicts and what's legal and what's not. And after many years of discussion, it's turned out that the Czech system, legal system, is that almost everything is possible in principle. That we can do different combinations, how to set up a spin-off, who should be the manager, conflicts with employment at the original institution. Many conflicts are somehow okay, or we can work with that. However, now the discussions are in the side that every institution should somehow set up rules. So legally, we can go for it. And a very important question is, there is a legal point of view, but as well the ethical point of view. So what is ethical? How to define benefits for the university or institute, for the people who are working there. So so it looks like that every institution should somehow settle its own rules. What is ethical? What is not? And it seems that it's a bit messy now. So I would like to use this opportunity to discuss as well this topic. And maybe we will start now with Laura to hear what are the crucial aspects for the right ethical position, right setup of the collaboration, and what's the key aspect to be successful and everybody's happy then. Please.
Oh my goodness, everybody happy. Yeah, that would be great. Usually everybody starts off really happy because everybody is facing the same direction and super enthusiastic, but okay, the ethical challenges. Okay, so looking only at the, let's call it the ethical side, because clearly I've worked in different countries and I know that the legal frameworks are slightly different. I know Martin referred this morning to things like professorial privilege and so on. But so my answer starts from a scenario where the institution is the owner of the intellectual property and the infrastructure and so on, and there's been a lot of public money gone into it. And the dilemma that the institutions have had, both in the UK and also in the Dutch landscape, when they've been going through the process of really starting out how to go about promoting all of this, is absolutely that key question. What sort of reward sharing, benefit sharing mechanism is the one that we should use? In fact, should we? So, slight anecdote, I came to the Netherlands in 2006 and there was a very exciting joint venture being set up there between, on the one hand, Leiden University and on the other, the Leiden University Medical Centre. Two separate legal entities, two separate organisations, both neighbours geographically, and with a shared vision, the two boards came together to establish a joint tech transfer office, and that was what brought me to the Netherlands. But interesting, this question about revenue sharing was approached entirely differently in these two organisations, and one of the key question was, on the hospital side, is it ethical for us to share anything? So that took some quite debate, and in fact the medical centres across the Netherlands all came together. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Koen, but you can nod behind your mask if I'm still right, it was a long time ago. But they came together with a consensus that yes, it was okay to revenue share. There was a benefit sharing with the researchers in the medical centres, even though they're hospitals, even though they're delivering patient care and teaching and training medical. So is it okay to revenue share? First question. If it is, then my experience in the UK and in the Netherlands has indicated that there's a kind of a consensus. Each university has made its own choice or decision. So I haven't come across many nationally established landscapes, I don't think, and I don't even in the Netherlands, which is one of the most consensus-driven communities in the world, as far as I can see, there isn't even there a standard blanket revenue sharing kind of arrangement. However, there is a spectrum, and there's quite a lot of similarity, and if you look in different countries, that essentially, and I think Martin talked about, German law has 30%, I'm sorry, I'm stepping into the German shoes here, but Thomas will correct me in more detail, but essentially, there's usually a three-way split, and I think that the critical way of making sure that things are least problematic and people are happiest is, number one, there must be absolute transparency. In other words, there should be a policy which is open and understood and known by everybody. And number two, there should be a way of addressing the revenue sharing balance so that there's a recognition of the institution itself, the actual inventor group and team. And I think one of the things we should be careful about is, many years ago, I started designing so-called invention disclosure forms. Horrible forms, but okay. An invention disclosure, some document that would be the first point of information that the researchers could send to their contact in the TTO to say, hey, I think we've got something good here. And a lot of that translates, especially in life sciences, to patent applications. And of course, as you all know, there's a wide range of attribution. There's the legal attribution of who should be named as a patent inventor on a patent application. There's the academic world of who should be named as an author in a publication. And then you've got the third dilemma we've just brought to the table, which is who should benefit share from the efforts of the successful exploitation. So I think an important dilemma for an institution to think about in their policy is who will be in the, let's call it the academic pool to share. So we've actually, in the universities I've worked in, we've actually acknowledged, for example, there can be a really critical role played by technicians. You know, they've really made things possible and delivered things which were not the inventor's part. They were not going to be an author on the paper, but they absolutely, when it comes to the translation to a commercial success or opportunity, so who should be in the academic pool? And then the third group that needs to be considered absolutely is, let's call it the academic environment, the department. Now it can either be department or faculty where the research is based, because a lot of the the activity will happen at a moment in time, but it could actually represent, in, for example, the Institute of Biology, they have a body of expertise and a real strength of knowledge that they built up over 20 years of different groups. It so happens that this particular group was brilliant and was lucky. So should that department be entitled to share? And generally speaking, the policies are transparent, people know in advance. And the final thing I would say before I be quiet is that this is to do with the income. That's, so the point of distribution of benefit sharing should also be decided by the institution, because the benefit that comes into the institution can come in different ways. It can come as a downstream royalty way in the future. It can be an upstream allocation of equity. It can be an annual fee based on simply having the license or access to equipment or whatever. So again, be transparent. At what point will any benefit in whichever ratio be shared back to the different components? And I think all of that, if you can put that recipe together, then you should have some very happy people, I think.
Okay, thank you. So it's about the sharing of the benefits and of the income and of the happiness from the project to make people happy. So now I would like to ask Professor Zima, how was Charles University is having now 3 companies already over the CUIP. What's your opinion in this? Where is the line, like ethical line, how the benefits should be shared? What's the most crucial in your point of view?
Yeah, but I will continue what was mentioned. I think that it's very important, be transparent and doing at the beginning, because if the project will be success, some people said, okay, the university may have more money or researchers make more money or something. I think that at the beginning, and we have the rules on the university, that if we will go for a patent or this project, there will be clear agreement between the university, school or department and the investigators. How it's sharing the benefits. 30, 30, 30, 50, 20, 20 or something. Must be the document number 1, because it's made a clear air and atmosphere for the researchers. The ethical rules are general, it's not be so precise, it is a general rules as done, excluding the medical research and ethical rules and documents. It's overcrowded, it is a bureaucratic way. I told you 15 years ago we're doing some research, we need only the 5 milliliter of blood and measurement for some tubes. We need 10 papers. We're doing 3 years ago with some American companies to new tube for some stabilizer. The documents for the ethical rules was 5 centimeters. It's 5 milliliter of blood taking for the health people. Not application, nothing. And it's crazy, but it's life. And medical research is very, very precisely done by some Helsinki Medical Declaration and others. But also there is a sharing also the risk with the medical centers or in our country with the faculty hospitals to doing. But be proactive at the beginning, sharing the benefits, and of course it's must be in the general ethical conduct of the institution, but it's in the hands of each institution. It's not a general rules in our country, and also it not will be in the future.
Okay, thank you. So now we can ask Thomas Doppelberger. So the question is simple. So do you still have problems with this in Germany? And what is the most crucial part? If it's hasn't been mentioned yet, maybe you have some other point of view.
Yes, I've mentioned in the answer of the question before that we don't have solved all the problems here in Germany as well. And I'm not sure if I would speak about ethical questions and problems, as was what Laura mentioned before, is it's the same in our situation, that you have an academic pool where the IP was developed, generated, which is the basis of a startup company. And of course, you have here in Germany a very academic friendly employee invention regulation that 30% of the licensing income go to the inventors, but the inventors are not in each startup company the one who leave the institute and go to the, let's say, entrepreneurial pool. They stay in the university or the research organization and thinking about how the benefit will divide it based on the licensing agreement, and the motivation of those guys who maybe were leaving, the management team who is coming from the outside. They want to maximize the benefit for the startup company and more or less maybe minimize the licensing fees which were paid to the university. These are two pools, the academic one and the entrepreneurial one, and in the many cases maybe the university, the organization, let's say alma mater, has own interests in the whole game. Let's say I open here inside of Fraunhofer the word compliance, how it is organized to the daily business between the startup company and Fraunhofer Institute, based on all the regulations we have to consider as Fraunhofer, internally from our external stakeholders, ministry and so on. And this is also a very, very complex process, and is at the end of the day, from my opinion, much more crucial than any ethical questions you have to consider in the whole startup game.
Thank you. So thank you for your opinion. So now let's move to Mr. Oczko. I'm really curious, what's the opinion or what's the statement, or let's say current position of a ministry, or if there is a need to somehow settle or set up these rules in, let's say, ethical part. Of course, the more barriers we have, then we are not so flexible. However, nowadays it seems that it's a bit messy, that everybody feels that it's somewhere else, the sharing of benefits and what is ethical, what's not. So what's your opinion? Should we somehow do something from the government point of view?
Yeah, thank you. I have to say that actually I'm from Minister of Industry. I think it's my opinion, and sometimes for us it's not good to speak how university work should look like, because it's actually not our business primarily. But on the other hand, under innovation strategy, actually, yeah, I think we should speak about that also from our side. Generally, this is a really important point. Actually, it's again a little bit question of mindset, general culture. So coming back to all my points related to educational system and best practices, and changing the mindset on how the investments should look like is relevant also here. And many things were said. Actually, I have noted down 3 points: transparency, motivation, and rules. Transparency was mentioned here. Transparent system is a basis. Motivation, actually, motivation on the level of system. I think it has to be also the motivation of the system should be. System of support of research and development here should motivate the people in academic institution to do business in this way, that that is transparent. I speak now because the people from the Czech Republic know that we have a new methodology of evaluation of research, methodology 2017 plus. That is, in my point of view, very good step in motivation, and because it speaks very much about evaluation of cooperation research, also in spin-offs, and it's somehow related also, and it's important to money, to financial means. If we set up the system right, then I think people are better motivated to do things right. Of course, here in the Czech Republic, I don't know again how it's in Germany and in the Netherlands. Still, we see that I think it's not good for the system. I will not name anyone, but we see that people from academia set up a startup that is working and doing business in the area where they do academic research on the academic institution. So it happens, and it's not good because in many cases it's really using the IP of the university without any settlement of relations to the university. This is really bad. When we were at the Stanford University in the US, I was asking if it's possible in the US, and they were looking at me that why I'm asking this question. This is absolutely impossible. So this is the question of culture and mindset. That wouldn't happen. But if we are not there, then we have to set some rules. I think we should speak about that. This is a really important question, I think, for our system. And what I think we could do, and we were discussing a little bit before, maybe it could be the task for our spin-off platform to discuss what we could recommend, maybe also to make it approved by the Governmental Council for R&D in the area of maybe ethical code and maybe the approach of ethical commissions at the universities. And definitely it shouldn't be a proposal only by Ministry of Industry. We can facilitate the discussion with the investors and maybe the business side. But the spin-off platform is well set up because, as I said before, we have people from academia, people from transfer offices, people from business, people from Czech investment in there, and maybe we could maybe produce some document in this area. I still have in my mind the Stanford University guide, and I know the US is a little bit different story in many areas for technology transfer. It was very clear also in the area of revenue sharing and so on, many situation that can happen in technology transfer, very clear, easy, and user-friendly for anyone, any academic person at the university, and was showing what is possible, how is possible, and also all these situations that were described were of course in line with ethical code. So something like this maybe would be good also for the Czech Republic.
Thank you very much. So it's good to hear that we are underway somehow, and then there is that this sounds that it's an important question which should be somehow clarified. So we have just a few questions from the audience here. So maybe I would like to ask you for a brief answer. We don't have so much time, so maybe I will start with Professor Zima. So that's a very practical question. Can you imagine that university will guarantee for an employee some sabbatical year or two on salary, a time for protection if the company goes bankrupt? Somehow, how is possible somehow to support academics to be somehow protected during their venture, during their adventure, let's say?
I think if the person is in academic staff, you have the salary as an academician, and it's if you have a part-time in the company, it's a closing up, yeah, but it's doing by, there is a possibility to have a sabbatical. It's done by the law for a higher education institution. It's possible every 7 years asking for a 1 year of it. But I don't understand how it's protect this person. If it's in a staff of the academia in part-time or full-time, it's have a job, or if it's leaving academia and the member of the company, it is a risk of this person. Yeah, we should also, if we have the place to compete or some places in the academia back, it's possible, but I don't understand how it's protected. It's some story of the communist era that it's all must work, not should have, must by law.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So very clear answer. So then a question for Laura McDonald. How to make the time sharing of business, scientific experts plus academia systematic so they speak the same language? So how to make the people to speak the same language? Just very brief answer, please. Very crucial points only.
I think it is difficult. It's speaking the same language, but it's actually getting people to agree the same priorities. Because they need to spend some time together, but equally spend time doing their own thing, whether it's the science or whether it's the business development of the company or seeking funding or whatever. And I think that the language that's shared, the only language that's shared, is a common understanding of what the objectives of the particular, let's call it a project as opposed to the new company. Because then, you know, the objectives of the company are, and how the individuals will play a role. Is it 1 day a month, both in time allocation, but actually to what end? And I think President made a very good point earlier about having breakpoints. So basically you have a roadmap, effectively, of time and tasks, and then that's reviewed every now and again, and people hopefully stay on track, but it's not the same language, but it's a shared objective or set of objectives. That's the only way you can do that. Again, transparent and forward-looking.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. Another question is for Mr. Očko, and it's coming from our transfer colleague as well. So it seems that the ecosystem is ready for the pre-seed to seed funding. So are these plans somehow close to reality, or so within the Ministry of Industry and Trade or Ministry of Education?
Yeah, I think the question is actually, yeah, we are again, I would say, working on that, and definitely we will welcome some more broad discussion on this. Actually, there was some pre-discussion. There are actually 2 lines of this that possibly could get together. One is that we have discussion also at the spin-off platform. Some of you maybe remember with European Investment Fund, where they already have some experience of this actually pre-seed technology transfer funding, where we had also people from EIF here in Prague, and they were presenting it, especially the experience from Italy. But they are quite far. Actually, we have to say on the other hand that also this pre-seed funding is quite new also for EIF, so there's not too many more experiences than this of Italy. But the discussion is still going on. It was a little bit slowed down during the COVID crisis, but we still would like to continue on this. The second line is that actually we have now a possibility to finance some activities that could help to recover the economy from the next generation fund, that is European Commission activity or European Union activity, to support quick recovery and increasing the resilience of European economy. One of the facilities under this next generation fund is called the Recovery and Resilience Fund, that is focusing primarily on digital and green topics. But we think that the topic supporting the innovative spin-offs that many of them could help, of course, to increase the resilience of economy, but also to respond to the topic of crisis, not only this crisis, but to the topic maybe of more strategic security of European economy is compatible with this. So we think that we could, we do not think, we are already proposing also in cooperation with the experts from this National Economic Council of Government, NERV, this kind of activity. They propose to have actually one activity to support seed financing already in the phase of the existing company, somehow in synergy with, actually Czech colleagues know, with activities that are co-financed from EU funds. And the second leg could be this, what we actually started to call university spin-off fund. On the other hand, we have to say that we are quite in the beginning in this, so I actually welcome this question, and actually I also take home to the ministry the point that we should have some discussion with technology transfer community on this. So that actually we have planned, but maybe the time is now. So we are planning again. As you remember, we had some discussion on PRESI fund or proof of concept fund already many years ago. So it has died meanwhile, but we can build on some work that was done, and now we. Actually, we wouldn't say the money are a problem at this moment, but we have to develop the viable concept. So we need some discussion on this, and we see quite a lot of investors, maybe more again than it was before 5 or 10 years, that would be able under some conditions to invest into this phase, also here in the Czech Republic.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. So yeah, time is running, so I think nobody is willing to miss the lunch. So I would like to thank all these panelists, all the speakers today. Thanks again to Thomas Doppelberger as well. Thank you very much for your distant connection.
Thank you as well.
Yeah, thanks to everybody, and I think we are on the very good way to really be successful with spin-offs, and I hope that today's session was not too negative for you. We discussed very serious topics, and I hope it's just the middle of the way. So we are on the way for so many years, and I hope we will continue and we will become a startup nation here. It's my wish to everybody. So thank you, and now I would like to ask Mr. Kaiser to say a few words about lunch.
Yeah, I would like to provide you with some guidance how to get to the place where we will have our lunch. The food is outdoors. It's in the garden of this palais. The way is quite simple. You will just leave this main hall via these steps, and when entering the ground floor on the left side, you will see a glass open door opening up to the graveyard with some backyard. Sorry, with some trees. You cross the courtyard and then climb the steps again, leading up to the garden. So it's two steps.
Yes, no problem.
And there will be two ladies that will.
Thank you very much for your assistance. I just want to write you a message. So thank you very much, and bye.
All of you very welcome in the gardens of the Czernin Palais. Thank you. And excuse me, one more point. On the way to the garden, there are some disinfections ready for you, just to, meet the sanitary requirements.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to start the final section of our conference. I think the top of the conference will be... The top of the conference will be presentation of the case studies. I know that we have 3 types of studies. We have experiences from Dutch, from Holland. We have the experiences and case studies from Germany and from the Czech Republic. I will ask you, Hanka, for another commentation, and I will ask you, our guests, for your case studies.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the afternoon session. We will try to speed everything up as much as we can to aim for the end at about 4 p.m. as was originally planned. Feel free to send your questions via Slido. It's the best way how to deal with them. And I would like to invite our Dutch guest, Ken Verhoef, to briefly introduce himself and let us know more practical details about how things in the Netherlands can work very well.
To press, oh, this is lovely. I'm hoping you can all hear me. I'm hoping you had a good lunch. Very honored to be invited to speak here today. My name is Koen Verhoef. I am head of the Technology Transfer Office at the Netherlands Cancer Institute in Amsterdam. Been involved in tech transfer since the early 2000s, where I started in London at the Medical Research Council, then moved over to the Netherlands, and since 11 years I've been at the Netherlands Cancer Institute. And I'm happy to be here. When Laura and I came over, we figured we would try to give an orange twist to the city of Prague. But I found out this morning that we had outdone ourselves because the Dutch government had actually pronounced Prague an orange city, which initially I thought, well, that's very good. But then we realized it probably means that we have to go into quarantine when we're back. So that's a bit unfortunate. But having said that, I'm happy to present a couple of things in my presentation, which hopefully can be put up. Yes, that's a couple of slides too far. Okay. So, Netherlands Cancer Institute. The content of my talk is it's got a couple of topics, and now roll back. So I'll briefly tell you something about my institution and my office, and I will go on to tell you a little bit about some of the funding programs that the Dutch government has put in place to stimulate public-private partnerships and how that helps us in spinning out companies. I'll give you a brief example of one of our spin-out companies who achieved a milestone early in the year, and I'll hope to finish, if I have some time left, to tell you something about OnCode Institute, which is I call an experiment in thematic tech transfer, which works across all of the Netherlands. So starting off, Netherlands Cancer Institute combines a research institute with a specialized cancer clinic. The combination is called a comprehensive cancer center. We're the only one in the Netherlands, but most European countries will have a similar setup. And for us, it means that we can easily connect the problems that our clinicians face in the clinic with solutions that can be found in the laboratories that we operate as well. The research base of the institution is 85 million euros per year. When I reread that number this morning, I thought about an email that I got last night. One of our spin-off companies raised a Series A in Boston of $110 million, which exceeds our annual budget, which I thought that's certainly unheard of. We're about 750 researchers in all, and we have a reputation, a strong international reputation for scientific excellence. Now, the office is run by myself, and I lead a team of 11 people. Not only do we work for the Netherlands Cancer Institute, we are also providing services to a couple of other institutions within the Netherlands that focus entirely on oncology. So this is the Princess Maxima Center for Pediatric Cancer in Utrecht. It is a radiotherapy clinic in Maastricht, the Maastro Clinic, and OnCode Institute that I'll hope to tell you a little bit about in a minute. Then we do, just give you an idea of size, we negotiate 1,300 contracts a year, research contracts and licenses, although the vast majority of that's going to be research-related contracts. We have annual commercial revenues between 4 and 5 million a year. It varies year on year, and as you do, most of the time we have such an income, it's dependent on a single invention. In our case, that's very, very true. And of course, if that license ever terminates, we will drop back to more ordinary levels, I think, of research income. But we're happy to have it while it lasts. Finally, we do 1 or 2 spin-off companies a year, so that's not too much, but I think that's a given the size of our organization, which is relatively small. So, to give you a flavor of what the Dutch government does to stimulate public-private partnerships within the Netherlands, the government has identified 9 sectors which they have termed top sectors, and these sectors are of strategic importance to the country because we are a global industry leader in those sectors and we are top-tier academic players in those sectors as well. And when that comes together, around these themes, these top sectors have been formed. To give you, these are the 9 systems. So you've got high-tech materials. This is agriculture, or rather greenhouse culture, creative industries, life sciences and health. This is what I'm going to be speaking about. Chemistry, energy, agriculture and food, water and logistics. Now, the life sciences and health top sector has an executive office which is called Health Holland, and they operate a scheme for stimulating public-private partnerships. PPP, public-private partnerships. And they provide you with an allowance that you can spend on such private partnerships. And they base the allowance on the amount of public-private partnerships that you did last year. So every year you have to apply for a budget by demonstrating how much public-private partnerships you did in the last year, and then they calculate a new budget for you to spend in the year ahead. And our budget these days is around 5 million euros a year, which is very significant given that our overall budget is 85 million for research. The grant is really flexible, and it's also very quick. So if you apply, you know whether you get the money in 10 weeks, which is very rapid because normally it takes half a year or even 3/4 of a year to reach such a decision. The success rate is really, really high. And I think that's in part to do with the fact that these public-private partnerships require private investment to go into the research projects as well. And as a special condition, because of state aid rules, we are obliged to ask our private partner in the relationship for compensation if they gain access to valuable IP rights that come out of these projects. So how this works, I'm not sure if you can read this, it's fairly small, I'm sorry about that, but the government has identified 3 different types of research: fundamental, industrial, and experimental research. And for fundamental research, 75% of your project can be subsidized through this PPP allowance. The research organization is expected to chip in 10% in each project, regardless of whether it's fundamental research, industrial research, or experimental research. But the enterprise is expected to chip in more as the project advances towards the market. So, as an example, a little private money can go a long way, because only 150,000 euros of investment will bring us a research project of up to 1 million euros, because the public partner, the university or my institution, needs to chip in 100,000 of that, 150,000 from the private sector and 750,000 from this PPP allowance that we can use. And that gives you a project of 1 million, and that's very, very useful for us for de-risking investment propositions. And that's what we use it mostly for these days. So I'll stop here about this PPP allowance thing. If you have any more questions about that, please approach me. I wanted to tell you a little bit about a spin-off company that we founded 4 years ago at the Netherlands Cancer Institute called Serious Medical. The company works on the following problem. If a patient comes in and presents with suspected breast cancer, then what is usually done is a biopsy is taken from the suspected location and then analyzed in a pathology lab to see whether or not we are really dealing with cancer here. And to know where the actual biopsy was taken from, the radiologist leaves a wire protruding in the breast protruding all the way to the site where the biopsy was taken. So the surgeon, if the lesion needs to be removed by a surgeon, knows exactly where to cut. This is very uncomfortable because essentially it will easily take a week for the results to come back from the pathology lab, and all the while the patient has to live with this wire protruding from a breast. And it's also not very ideal for surgeons because surgeons tend to want to approach the site for removal from usually a different direction than where the wire where the wire enters. So for surgeons this is a problem as well. So what the final product of this company is the following. This is a very tiny millimeter-sized magnetic bead or magnetic seed, I think was what they call it, which is left behind at the site where the biopsy is taken by using this needle. And then if the surgeon needs to remove it, it can easily find that magnetic seed by using this device here, which will tell you to the millimeter how close you are to that actual seed. So it will help the surgeon during surgery to localize the exact site where the lesion needs to be taken out. This is Bram Schermers. Bram was a PhD student within our institute, working in the surgery department, and together with one of our top surgeons, developed this whole idea. Bram is here receiving the Amsterdam Science and Innovation Award 2016, and that was on the back of something that he did called the Venture Challenge. The Venture Challenge is a 10-week program where in bursts of 2 to 3 days you get familiarized with all the various aspects of a spin-off company. It's finance, marketing, it's HR. How do you assemble the right team, and how do you sharpen, focus the company and focus your investment proposal. He's done that very successfully, then won the award, and then during the ceremony of this award, during the reception afterwards, he met with somebody who used to work at Philips, who just did his own startup company and had sold that startup company successfully, and essentially was looking for another project. And they met up, they founded the company, and with a little loan from our institution and a seed round in 2017, they were able to develop this product into something that has now, this year, achieved CE marking for their Pintuition system, as they call it. So they're on the market now and expanding their sales organization and doing distribution deals with major manufacturers and distributors. So a great success, and it's all gone very, very smoothly, which is quite unusual, I have to say. This is not the typical startup company. There's usually a lot of roadblocks and hurdles and personal issues to deal with. It's all gone down very well here, but I'm assuring you this is not very typical of things, and not just with ourselves, but I think that's true of academic spin-off companies in general. So if I have some time, I would like to move to OnCode Institute, which is a virtual research institute focusing on cancer. And it works across the Netherlands, as I'll show you in a minute. And OnCode provides additional funding for selected researchers and their groups. And these researchers will receive, if they're a junior researcher, 150,000 euros a year. If they're senior, 250,000 euros a year in unrestricted funding. They can spend it on anything they like, and that is super valuable research funding, because if you have a research idea, normally you have to go out and write a grant application, submit it, or wait for the call to, the deadline for the call, submit it, and then wait a half a year, 3/4 of a year until you hear whether you get the money. And most of these programs have a success rate of 15% or thereabouts. So you can imagine, from having the idea until being able to start to work on the idea easily takes a year. And with this kind of money, people can start to work on this sort of thing immediately. So it's very, very well appreciated by the people that are involved. So what organizations are involved? Well, this is the Netherlands. In the Amsterdam area, it's my institution. We host 20 groups that are affiliated with OnCode Institute. So we contribute about 1/3 of all the researchers involved in this initiative. And there's a couple of other Amsterdam-based organizations. There's a couple of Leiden University, like University Medical Center, Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam. Then there's Groningen, Utrecht with a couple of centers, and Nijmegen. So you see that OnCode works across very many different organizations in the Netherlands and unites all of these groups in a virtual way. Everybody stays where they are. They will still remain employed by the organizations that employed them in the first place, but OnCode brings them together at a sort of a virtual level. And also, OnCode has valorization built into its DNA. So it spends a lot of time and effort into valorization. Not only does it have an IP fund, as you would normally have, but also it operates a technology development fund, and it says here 0.8 million a year, but I actually operate this fund within OnCode, and it's 1.2 million a year. And there's a seed fund, a bridge fund as we call it, to get companies off the ground of 7 million over the 5-year initial lifespan of OnCode, and we're looking to raise money for an additional 5 years after this. So the whole valorization is very well established and is a real focal point for OnCode. And if you are a member of OnCode, if you're a researcher, you are selected on the basis of your willingness to engage in translating research results for the benefit of cancer patients, because that's what we're all about, both at the Netherlands Cancer Institute and at OnCode Institute. And OnCode has at its disposal certainly anywhere between 3 to 5 times more money and resources than I have within my own office. And I'm quite well off, I think, compared to some other organizations in the Netherlands. And for me, OnCode is a very exciting initiative that hopefully will demonstrate that if you invest significant money in technology transfer, you can get much better results than we currently have. And I'm hoping to learn the outcome of that experiment in the years to come. And with that, I'm happy to close my presentation and take any questions that you might have.
And thank you very much for presenting us a case study from the Netherlands. So far, we have no questions in Slido, but if I may, I had 2 listening to your talk. First one, which seemed very interesting to me, and I believe not just to me, was that actually academic research is seen as one of the top priorities by the government. So how does this link to funding of applied research, if there is any impact on funding being the national priority? It's question 1, or we can go for the answer and then, yeah.
It's switched off automatically. There's been a discussion within the Netherlands because a lot of research funding has been funneled over the past decade or so from fundamental research to more applied research. And I think here, this initiative with the PPP allowance, that's money that is focused on more applied research, obviously, not so much fundamental research. And there's a real concern that we have a very, very productive ecosystem. And I think for the value that we get out of a euro spent on research is really, really great. But we are fearful that by cannibalizing the system and funneling money from fundamental research to applied research, you are going to lose that scientific foundation that was always very, 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 very well regarded. And I think we need that foundation. So I think in a net, there's not so much more money in the system, but there's been a slight change towards applied research, which is of concern to many people.
Okay, thank you. And I think the PPP inspiration is something to think about within the Czech community, but we may need some more talks with people in the government and other ministries, because I think there is still a bit reluctance in the Czech Republic towards the model where you mix public and private funding. However, I think it can be very useful, and we could see from the ratio in your budgets that it's more like guarantee for the government that more partners are interested, and therefore the project is probably viable and valid. So I believe it works this way, and maybe we will get back to you with more questions how it actually works. And last question regarding one code was how do you actually spread the responsibilities if you are part of one institution which is actually part of something virtual which is wider than the institution itself? And then there might be a question from Mr. Kaiser following, and think about Slido, and then we will move probably to the next presentation.
Okay, thanks for the question. Very good question. I guess I should have mentioned that in my presentation as well. But for those groups that are OnCode affiliated, we have agreed to transfer all of the responsibilities for commercializing the research to OnCode Institute. So that's meant less work for my own team, but at the same time we support OnCode Institute by providing legal services to them, because they don't have any lawyers employed at the moment. So my team does that as well. So that's the way we separate it. So anything to do with these OnCode associated groups is handled by OnCode, not by my team.
Great, thank you very much. Then Mr. Kaiser wanted to ask.
I have a question related, excuse me, to the issue of defining the top sectors and top research, because this is the criteria on which the policies are based, at matching the top sectors in the Netherlands against the top research. So that is the, I would say, guidance where the money then are streamlined, or the subsidies, I understand, by the government as well. May I ask just, there is a process to define both criteria, and whether there is any, I would say, re-evaluation process, or how does it work in reality? Because I think it's a quite interesting approach by the Dutch government. I'm not aware of other countries who would be so, I would say, courageous to follow this path, and so I am curious how, from your perspective, how do you see this kind of framework in which you operate in terms of money available for innovation?
Right. Well, I wasn't involved in selecting the top sectors, so I wouldn't know exactly what the process was like. But I guess they've had taken a look at the spear points of the Dutch industry and what we're good at, academically speaking, and try to build ecosystems around those themes. And the themes themselves are well defined, and all of the initiatives that follow from these themes will have to conform to the definition that was created. But I think that must have been 10 years ago, I think, when this policy was set up. So I couldn't tell you more about that. But within each of these top sectors, it's well known what the scope, I think, is of where this top sector is active and where it can actually spend the money that it gets from central government.
Go very quickly for a last question.
Okay, we received one question via Slido, and I will ask for a very brief, simple answer if possible. How is OnCode model financed, whether it's grant, state aid, convertible loan? It's a question which came through Slido. Basically, the sources of funding for the OnCode model, whether it's public, private money.
Yeah, good question. OnCode is funded for half of it. Half of OnCode's funding comes from the Dutch Cancer Society, so the cancer charity within the Netherlands. That's about 12.5 million a year. And the other 12.5 million comes from a combination of 3 ministries. It's the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Ministry for Health, and the Ministry for Science and Education.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm afraid we need to say thank you very much, Ken. And we will move to German experience. If there are any more questions, we can open some discussion on the website, on the collaborations for the future. We thought about it anyway, so please keep checking the website and we will try to put on the presentations after the event that these are available. Now the interesting part starts because we should get in touch with our German speakers from PerioTrap company. Pierre Tangermann and Mirko Buchholz. I can't see anything on the screen, so I will try. Yes.
Hi.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So we will need to put our headsets on as well. So, hello to Germany. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So thank you very much. And the floor is yours. I would ask you to very briefly introduce yourself, and our apologies, we are running a bit behind the schedule. So if you manage to speed things up a little bit, it would be excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So hi, thank you for the invitation. My name is Pierre Tangermann from PerioTrap Pharmaceuticals. I'm one of the CEOs of the company. The other CEO probably listens right now. We would have been there with you, but I'm sure you know about the news. But I'm still very glad to give you an overview about what PerioTrap Pharmaceutical does and how we've been founded and the way we've come to what we're now from an academic project, so as a kind of a best practice. If we could start with the presentation. I'm seeing myself double now. It's a bit confusing.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead and start with the presentation. Yeah, we can see the first slide now, so that's perfect.
Okay, perfect. We can skip directly to the second slide, I think. Just for you, as an overview, what we are Fraunhofer. We heard about Fraunhofer earlier, if the keynote went well, with Thomas Doppelberger. So it's Europe's largest society for applied sciences, and we've been basically together with Fraunhofer and other institutions across Europe working on a topic of periodontitis, and that was funded under the former FP7 umbrella of the European Union, and was started around 2011, this project. And so we consider ourselves quite a best practice for translation. But you can see on the timeline down below that the process of foundation or incorporation of the company was taking quite a long time, of course, because medical research is taking quite a long time. And from that moment of incorporation from 2018 to now, where we are looking to get the first amount of 7-digit money to progress this funding was another 2 years. So it's kind of a lengthy process, to say. Next slide, please. As a short overview, what we're doing, just thematically, I won't dive in too much because this is not about the science behind it, but briefly, periodontitis is a disease that is very common, probably not acknowledged the way it should be acknowledged, because it costs the health system quite a lot of money, and not just for the treatment itself, but also for comorbidities that arise with periodontitis. So roughly about 50% of the adult population is affected of the disease. And it's a disease that is associated with a shift of your microbiome in your mouth. So it's an infectious disease by specific kind of bacteria called Porphyromonas gingivalis, which then will lead to shift to a dysbiotic microbiota and the progression of the disease. And you basically have to struggle with the disease for a lifetime. It's usually called management, and a lot of forms of periodontitis become chronic, so it's going to cost the system quite a lot. Next slide. And the treatments so far are very rigid and very general, and always, if it's an acute or chronic form, include broadband antibiotics, and that never really solves the problem of the disease. So our approach was to develop a product. In the end, it's a drug, and that is selective and local, and then would attack the disease at the root of the cause and only remove the so-called keystone pathogen, Porphyromonas gingivalis. Next slide. So that's the overview about that. But for drug development, just a little overview, what we're running into when it comes to a final product development is that we have a very high risk environment. We have high financial needs. We have high regulation that all come on top of the complex solution development. So of course we have a complex problem, we have a complex solution. That means you have to work not only as a team interdisciplinary, but usually also with partners interdisciplinary. So you have a lot of work that needs to be done and put into project management and partner network management. So it's a very complex situation we're dealing with, and this situation has also been mirrored in your mind when you're asking for how can you fund this program any further. Is there any kind of money I can fundraise to develop this program to get market access? And obviously, also the investors or people you talk to have to be very specific in this field because it's so complex. Next slide. So within Fraunhofer, usually you have the idea, or the main business is to license to big partners or to small and medium-sized enterprises that then will bridge this gap between initial research or basic research or even the first steps of applied research until market penetration. This valley of death is very deep and very long in the context of drug development, as I just mentioned. So the roots of valorization are, in our field, a kind of a different one. We, in this case, could license to a market player, a big one, if we were just solely pharma development, which we are not. I come to that later. So in our case, the development could have not been licensed to a big player in this case. You could, on the other hand, try to raise internal funds in order to push the development till a stage where you have a partner that would acquire the program. In pharma, that would be usually between phase 2A, phase 2B accomplishment. But within Fraunhofer, there's no financial instrument that can get you this bridge being erected, but also in the funding landscape in Germany, it's quite hard to find programs. We had something, a call that has been published last year, and the decision was made in June this year. That was quite unique in the way it was structured, where you can also fund this, but this is very little access, and many people or many projects apply for stuff like that. So last but not least, roots of valorization would be a spin-off, which is kind of considered as an internal licensing deal, or you share the risk of building this bridge with the capital market. And this was the way we went finally and incorporated PerioTrap Pharmaceuticals. Next slide. So when talking about the capital market, and most of the things I'm going to say now depend or refer to venture capital in a way, because if you are a startup and you would like to finance your program with capital not coming from public money, you usually wouldn't find banks that give you the money because the risk is too high and you can't put anything as a risk on your side. You don't have anything to secure it. So venture capital has some pillars it builds up to. Most of the important one is the financials. So you want like to talk to someone that actually wants to hear what's the multiple he can get from the investment. So what's the return on invest of the money you need? And we're talking about 5 to 20 million euros in order to get this development done. And there's not an interest rate of 10 to 20% people are usually interested in. It's a multiple. And you need to have a good plan in order to show them. So what are the metrics of your development revenue? Next. And those metrics usually evolve from the market perspective. So does the market grow you're in and you develop something in, or can the market or can your product disrupt this market? And it's not enough to just have an idea on it. This is not a funding program where it's just enough to have a paragraph on whom do you talk to. Here you have to actually show that you have a good overview about the market, and have you actually talked to participants, and how many have you talked to, and what is the business model underlying this. Next. And then this evolves from the product. So the product in the end is the third pillar or third program. And so the question here would be, is it a new product or is it a Me Too product? And if it is it a Me Better? Is it cheaper? Also in the context of the business model I was talking to. And next, most important question then here would be, who is developing this product? And this is the team, and most people in this field usually will tell you it's about 70 to 80% decision relies on the team. Do the investors believe you as a team that you are able to actually develop this product in the market and generate the revenue over the return on invest that the investors are actually looking for? Next. This being said, if your contracts or the legal requirements to do so underlying everything are not in place, nothing of this will happen at all. So I'm talking about license agreements and contracts with partners. So everything should be set. So this is something that is not just a little small bar. Now we've gone through due diligence. This is something way thicker, and one has to keep that in mind. Next. So we've done a lot wrong incorporating. So I can tell you a lot now because I learned a lot doing many mistakes. We started with the idea that all of the people, very important people working on the project should be founding this company. But this is not what people think the team should look like, because this is very retrospectively. Even though we had 7 years of basic research in this program, there are still 10 more years to come. And this future needs to be represented in the cap table of the company. So who's going to do the next work in the next years? And so we do have to have to shift or to structure the company in order to mirror that for the future. So all of the co-inventors needed to step down from the company, and we had to have a focus on the operation, which was very hard to do because under German law you run into a lot of tax problems if you don't do it right. In other countries it's easier, but if I don't know what the Czech Republic is in this field, I'm not an expert, but this is something you really have to think about that first before you incorporate your company. Because it can cause a lot of trouble later on. Next slide, please. The structure we tried to implement, also together with Fraunhofer, we deduced from what pharma or biotech or new corporations like startups do nowadays. So as we are a spin-off from Fraunhofer, it was very convenient to use the same incubator building, have office space, and then do collaboration contracts with Fraunhofer in order to save money on infrastructure. So we pay fees to them, but we don't build up a lot of or large infrastructure. This is not what is done nowadays, because the money you would actually like to invest should go into the development directly. And so the asset you're holding is your IP on the project. So every euro you invest there is further strengthening the IP. And since the IP is the asset, you need to have a very good strategy on the IP. So that should be one of your most priorities, even though in the beginning, no one really talks about that. And so it will become once you have founded this company. We have been financed by Fraunhofer Venture from January on this year with a tool, which is a management financing tool. So the CEOs of the company were able to be financed by this program. So that helped us a lot in order to get the business model right and restructure. I'll come to that later. And the money we will raise from our future investors are then put into the whole company. So it will be then qualified as interdisciplinary science personnel that are hired or already in the company will be funded then for the future development. Next slide. Talking about IP, 3 considerations to all stakeholders talking about IP. It took us, let's say, 1.5 years to negotiate contracts, sometimes with breaks in between, and sometimes it was very smooth, but very important there. A lot of things we can talk about IP, and these are the 3 most important ones if you talk about costs that we have to talk about. The first one is upfront, the second milestone, and the third royalties. As said, there are other things, and you have to have a strategy talking about IP licensing, but these are the strings one should have in mind, not falling over. The upfront is something usually someone would ask for, structuring a negotiation of the transfer of the transaction or the tech transfer included, and the costs of filing the IP already incurred. So it could be something between 20,000 to 80,000, just the cost of patent filing, depending on how long the asset is within the infrastructure you've been spinned off of. VCs don't like to pay for this. And we had a lot of discussion about it, not as much as with royalties, but it was pretty clear as we were a Fraunhofer spin-off and Fraunhofer has shares on us. This is fine. We don't have that much of trouble there, but just to keep in mind, if you are an institution and you would like to give IP to a spin-off of yours, the ones that will fund your spin-off want you to take a risk in this share. So they rather would like you to have shares in the company than asking for 100,000 or to 1 million even euro to already get the compensation for everything I said before. Second, on milestone payments, sometimes they do things not making any sense. So they should be a point where the company has liquidity. It's very important. Otherwise, you would also jeopardize the venture you just spin off. And the third one is the royalty payments. This is something you can argue a long time about. And I just want to, we are in a drug development situation. So we have still years to come before you, and that will usually be represented in the royalty percentages you see. We do have a rise of the median. Let's say median in this case is a median between or among all indications. There are indications that you can ask for higher percentages, of course, or sometimes it's a substance classes you can ask for higher percentages. New cell therapies, I think, of more than 3%, but just to give you an idea. And so this median rises from 3% to 12.5% after the proof of concept. And the proof of concept here is considered you have finished your phase 1, phase 2A, maybe phase 2B, but phase 2A finishing most importantly, and then go into the efficacy studies later on. This is when you can ask for more royalties. But before, try to be realistic. And it really should be negotiated in a reasonable way. Next slide. Coming to the market perspective, health market is also complex. I don't have to tell you that. I think that's pretty clear that we have a situation where we have a lot of stakeholders involved. Next. For our situation, though, it's a little bit easier because the payer is the patient in the end, just from a stakeholder perspective. However, next slide, please. This comes with a downside that we are developing a product where we put a lot of money into, and the payer and the patient in the end has to pay it itself. So we're running kind of in a problem here. The global periodontal disease market is quite large, but 700 million as a projected number in 2023 is not 10 billion, what you usually see in pharma markets. So that's kind of a setback as well. On the plus side, though, we have a large market, and what we also see is that we have a market that is not being penetrated by a lot of market players. We're focusing also very much on Germany because we're a German startup and we know the regulations here. And we see that there is a lot of local delivery. So our product will be a local product, and we know that per year it's 10 million applications like that. And if you multiply it with a material price, even about 20 or 30 euro, you're in a 3-digit range potential. And you can see it's only 2 competitors sharing this market. So once you made a step in, the situation of minus and minus, so like the risk of pharma you have and the small size of dental can be actually leveraged or diminished. But yet it's not easy, and it did bring us to the situation where we were in the beginning of this year, where we had to restructure our development plan. Next slide. Which was very straightforward. So we did have a tool, we had a compound. It was not a lead structure, I would say, but it was made a lot of chemistry on it, and it was something we would like to go forward with in the through the regulatory preclinics. We had a very clear idea what it would cost us. We had a very clear idea what the clinical program would look like, and we had a pretty clear idea when the exit of the company would happen. And then the market perspective hit us hardly. Next. So the feedback, what we received was from most investors that the development of a new antibiotic, which it is in the end, is too risky because pharma companies no longer develop antibiotics and therefore are not available as an exit partner. Accordingly, if we are looking for other VCs that are not on our syndicate right now, it's pretty hard because they would neither fund us because pharma is not ready for a clinical partner. So we're talking about the big 5, 6, 7 VCs in Europe that fund pharma developments. So the key takeaway is that the capital infrastructure or environment is actually not there in order to fund us just from the capital market perspective with this straight, streamlined development plan. Own assessment said, okay, the feedback is kind of correct. It's a little bit biased because it's not a classical new antibiotic. We do have other potential partners. We do see an exit scenario more likely with a dental company. However, this will lead to another situation, meaning that as a dental company, we have a smaller market, we have a smaller market player, and the smaller market player is probably cannot afford a stake in the company in later stages. So we need to probably put it or have it engaged early on. And also the risk of development must be manageable. Pharma companies know how risky a program like this is, but here we have someone or a potential company that needs to have a little bit more risk mitigation. So we needed to restructure it in our ad for this scenario. Next slide. And came up with the stage gate process and a market-oriented product development. So we wanted to have more market insights to actually make a point that we're on the same page and on the right goal, on the right route of development. We wanted to co-finance the development with non-dilutive funding for the very risky preclinical work. So we had a lot of money in the pipeline from non-dilutive funding in order to not spend the very expensive venture capital money on that. And then would like to go for a clinical advancement of our formulation. What I haven't shown you before is that our product is not just a new chemical entity, but also a new local form of a medicine. So bringing this into the clinic and in the market would be very easy, and straightforward and short. So generating revenue out of this would also reduce the cost and the risk of progressing the actual new innovation into clinical studies on the market. And next slide. This plan we were able to communicate, and we were able to go forward with our partners. We had a lot of help with from I&I Prague, also with the market insight. And Fraunhofer is still on board, and we have another large investor that we wanted to close the financing round with, and we're about to sign the contract in August. You saw it in the first page, the term sheet was already signed. But then in last minute, we found the strategic partner I was just talking about. So quite happy that we found the strategic partner, but on the other hand, you have to consider your choices. If you are operating in a market where you have a lot of partners and where you do not have the situation, as I just mentioned before, you would like to wait for it, because if you have the partner on board already, that might set you back with some financial discussions. But we're happy, and we still have several exit scenarios possible from the developmental page, because our chemistry we have is able to be valorized also in other human sectors. So, and the strategic partner is open for things like these. So we're now in a situation that has overcome the scenario of the last 2 years, and we're actually looking forward to the signing, which is planned. We should have a day to talk about that. So, yeah, thank you for listening. You can switch to the last slide, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'm afraid I don't hear you.
Let's
now.
Okay, so thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Well, it was like the games, who clicks first on something, but sorry about this, and I would like to thank our colleagues for a very interesting presentation, and I think Eva wanted to ask a question, so we can try to share a microphone, and you can try now. So I will pass this near to you, and hopefully we will manage this way. Apologies for this.
I'm very sorry all for it. I would like to ask you which people are involved in running your company from Fraunhofer Institute. Which position is the researchers, headquarters manages what or who?
Oh. So me, for instance, I'm a Fraunhofer transplant as well. I was a former business development manager at Fraunhofer. And we still have a researcher in the team who was leading the medicinal chemistry on the program, which the IP is circumventing. So there's a very important position here. Then we do have the former institutional leader of the site from Fraunhofer that is also considered a key opinion leader, who's also in the foundation process. And then we have Fraunhofer itself. So we are quite lucky that Fraunhofer has a department which is only looking into the ventures and spin-offs. We have contact partners there. And then we do have the inventors of the company, which then I already elaborated on, are now taking a very silent part. They're getting consultancy agreements with the company.
Okay, thank you very much. And now next question from the Slido. No? And from the auditorium? So if not, I'm thank you again. Yes, we have for Pierre. How do you combine running the venture and your participation in Fraunhofer?
I'm leaving Fraunhofer. Yeah, I already downsized my participation in Fraunhofer starting from January this year to 20%, but I am obliged to leave Fraunhofer. So there are internal compliance rules that you have to just follow, and the rule I agreed on was to leave Fraunhofer the moment the company is being funded for the next 2 or 3 years, which is the financing round I was just talking about. So yeah, I'm leaving.
And how was your motivation? Go to the spin-off or start the spin-off?
Hi. It probably needs to be a very political answer. I knew I was more into the startup culture scene. I did so I'm a biomedical researcher myself, but then I did another degree in general management, and this is when I first looked into the scene, and I saw how efficient things can work if you do have the structure that promotes that. And I'm very appreciating the years of experience within Fraunhofer, but I do think I'm not a large corporation type. And so the motivation of leading this venture into the private sector was pretty high.
Okay, thank you so much again. Have a nice time and stay with us for next presentations. So let's go continue if it's possible. The next speaker is Maximilian Haas. Yes?
Actually, this is something what's changing. We've got company Mindpex these days. It will be online presentation by Pavel Nevický, who's hopefully ready at his computer. And I believe he will explain the reasons himself, because situation is changing every minute. It was very interesting organizing actually this event, because it was quite challenging. And we are looking forward to learn more about a company which spun off from the National Institute of Mental Health. And it's something slightly different. And the floor is yours, Pavel. Thank you very much, and try to make it as condensed as possible. And we are looking forward to the information from you. Yeah, the presentation is on, so it should work. So we can't hear you. We can see the first slide. Okay. We can give it another attempt if we manage to connect with MindPacks, both the presentation and the presenter. And if we don't manage very fast, I will ask another company, basically the only Czech one, which is physically present, not busy with developing the business or not being quarantined, hopefully. So if Barbara is ready to step in, I will ask her to do this, and we will sort out MindPacks in the meantime. I'm probably complicating things for Eliška with the presentations. Do we have LAM-X ready? Okay, so let me very briefly introduce Barbara Šumová on behalf of LAM-X company. In the meantime, when we set up the presentation, hopefully you will be able to click the slides yourself, Barbara. It's a spin-off company where Charles University is involved as well. And I believe Barbara will introduce the details, so I will leave the floor to her.
Now? Yes. Okay, I can see myself. Oh, great. It's quite fun. It's okay, thank you. So let me start with thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to present here. We are very grateful that we can present our company. And I must say we are pretty busy. So that's we are happy we managed to be here, but let's not confuse you. We are busy. We are at the beginning of our journey, and basically we are quite overloaded with the work. But of course, the COVID situation makes everything more difficult. But hopefully, we will manage. So I was asked to present the beginning of the journey. So let's do it pretty quickly. I must use this screen because it's quite far, the other one. So the journey of LAM-X started in 2017 when the commercialization of project was initiated by two TTOs. First one is Center for Knowledge and Technology Transfer of Charles University, and the second TTO is IOCB Tech. So basically they started to work on the project, not the startup itself, and several months later the first private medtech companies started to show interest in the project. That, in my opinion, was an important breakthrough leading to a common agreement of the spin-off establishment between two institutions. First one is the Charles University Innovation Prague. You heard the name several times today. And second one is INI Prague. Basically, these two institutions work or operate as TTOs, but what's their main advantage is that they can offer initial funding to the startups, which in my opinion, again, is crucial, and it's really helpful for their startups to, let's say, overcome the debt valley many speakers talk about today. So we've received the initial funding of 500,000 euros. That's pretty helpful, especially when you think about medtech, not about drug development company, of course. And that was not the only help. I tried to write down all the aspects of spin-off development that we were helped with. I'm not going to name them, but I just wanted to show that we are very grateful for the help of those two incubators. I don't know where, okay. Sorry. Let's start with the management and the team, because we all know that the team is an important factor of success of startup. In our case, we were very lucky to be able to attract people that already had or have experience from private, let's say, private pharma companies or medtech companies. So I act as a CEO. I am also an investment manager of INI Prague. I have experience in clinical research and background in immunology. My two colleagues, CEO of our company, Roman Chaloupka, is experienced in R&D, and Dr. Perlík, our CMO, has, let's say, the most experience in clinical pharmacology. So this is for management, but I would like to show that we have also strong R&D team. Sometimes this part of startups is being, let's say, a bit neglected because science is not that important when you pitch your startup, but since this is a specialist congress, I decided to present also our R&D team, and the most important person in our team is Associated Professor Jiří Mosinger. He has over 20 years of experience in the field we are operating in, and he's our R&D expert, project originator, and we are very grateful to have him in a team. What's interesting is that he performed first test of the materials we are developing in 2007, which means that it took over 10 years to get the materials ready to be commercialized. So there is a long road behind us, and LAM-X basically didn't happen overnight. So what we are dealing with, we are trying to focus on healthcare-associated infections. You probably know them. They are also called nosocomial infections or hospital infections. You can basically catch those infections when you are being treated in a hospital or any other healthcare facilities for your primary disease. So you end up with two problems, your primary disease, and the second is the infections you can catch being hospitalized in the healthcare environment. So they are also known as an unknown killer. They are often hidden from public attention. Most countries lack surveillance systems. If they have the system is usually pretty complex and difficult to orient in. Despite many efforts, no country can claim to have this problem solved. And it's a global problem, obviously, with even greater burden in developing countries. But since we are living in EU, I decided to show you some numbers that are quite alarming, I must say. So let's start with 4.1 million cases annually of those infections. That leads to 16 million extra days at hospital annually. When you think about the money, how much it costs the healthcare system, you reach the number 7 billion euros yearly. 40,000 deaths, that's quite an issue. And what's another topic, I don't want to go too much into details, is that 1 in 3 bacteria causing those infections is resistant to antibiotics. PerioTrap mentioned the problem they are dealing with. If you are in a risk group, of course, you are in greater danger. I'm talking about elderly persons, I'm talking about patients that are on immunosuppressants, patients admitted to ICU, and similar groups of patients. So how are we trying to help to deal with those infections? We are developing light-activated membranes that should protect those at risk for healthcare-associated infections. I would like you to remember 3 things about our membrane. First one is that it captures microbes. Thanks to the nanofibers we are using, they create really small pores that do not allow the microbes to pass through the membrane. Second thing is that they not only capture the microbes, that they also eliminate those microbes. As you can see on the top right picture, there is a before and after picture of our membrane. And third thing is that it can actually protect patients. We prove it by a clinical study on, I think it was over 100 patients with ulcers. Ulcers are quite difficult to heal wounds. They remain open for a prolonged period of time. Our patient needs to stay at hospital longer, and of course they are at a higher risk of acquiring such infections. So we proved that our membranes are safe, that they can help the patients to protect the open wounds from getting contaminated by bacteria, and they can shorten the stay at the hospital quite significantly. What's great about our membrane that they can be changed into many products. I have just mentioned wound dressing, but we are thinking about developing, for example, surgical non-woolen fabrics, antibacterial self-sterilizing fabrics. We could create antibacterial filters that are basically used in ventilators in the hospital room. We are talking about self-sterilizing sutures and many more possibilities. But of course, we need to stay focused and choose 1 or 2. That brings us to market opportunities. We are eventually operating within the healthcare industry, but since there are quite obstacles you need to overcome to become successful, I'm talking about regulations and directives you need to follow. We are considering if there is a possibility of entering different market, but healthcare, that would probably bring us revenue sooner. So we started to talk, for example, with the producer of antibacterial plastic. We are let's say in discussion with the guys producing filters and so on. So it's a platform technology. We have many options to go and to choose. It's the biggest task for us right now. For that, of course, we need good networking. I just try to name some of the partners we feel like are extremely important for us, but there are many more, and this is our main task as a management to really find the right partners for us. Just to mention the partner I feel helped us just recently quite a lot, it's EIT Health. We decided to join their MedTech Bootcamp. It's a 5-week intensive accelerator program that basically is opening the German market for us. They are also connecting us to the partners on the German side, and I feel it's a great tool, especially for the startups at the beginning of their journey. Where are we at now? We are obviously in development seed phase. We have many tasks that needs to be fulfilled. We are, of course, developing our prototypes. We are establishing, as I already mentioned, our networking. We are thinking about design. We would like to grow our IP portfolio. And most importantly, to be able to, let's say, jump into the next step of company grow, we need an additional funding. So we are about to start Series A fundraising. So that's it for LAM-X. I will be more than happy to explain probably the technology a bit later if you are interested, and be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So far, I can't see any questions from Slido. So is there anyone interested in any details about LAM-X and their product or products and maybe possible use of these from the audience? Or... Yeah.
Děkuji. Elmarko pro vás vyrábí netkové textilie.
Sorry, and in English, right? So the question was if Elmarko is cooperating with us. Elmarko is an electrospinning producer. They are producing the machines that produce the nanofibers, just to clarify. And yes, we are cooperating with them. They actually are the owner of the patent we in-license into the company. So yes, we are in close cooperation. Welcome.
So, any more questions from the audience or via Slido? Yes, Ken, please.
So I think you mentioned that the initial molecules were already discovered in 2007. Does that mean that the patent life is...
Oh my, thank you for that question. Yes, I must admit the patent is pretty old, let's be honest. It's still existing, but it's old, and that's why I talk about let's say, expansion of IP portfolio. We are quite intensively right now working on new patent applications that we should probably apply in 2 months for 2 new patent applications. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments? So if not, Barbara, thanks very much for this, and we will try the second attempt with Mindpex company. So I will ask my colleagues to put on the presentation, and we will again need the earpieces. So the first question is if Pavel Nevický is online.
So I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay. So first, I'm very sorry that I cannot be physically present in the audience because I've been ordered quarantine, which is an unfortunate result of the current situation with COVID. But I will be very honored to tell you more about MindPax and what MindPax is doing, and how we have built the company, how we are now behaving on the German market. And I would also appreciate any kind of questions. So if I can ask for turning on the slides, and I'll start my presentation. Okay. You can turn, okay. So MindPax is a company that we have founded in the mid of 2015 with the aim of developing a long-term monitoring and measurement tool for severe mental health diseases. One of the co-founders or thought leaders was Dr. Filip Španěl from National Mental Health Institute in Prague. And as he was very intensively working with schizophrenia patients and have been able to develop a tool for long-term monitoring schizophrenia patients, he came basically to us and with the idea, why not to develop something for the people that are still working, that are still living the normal social life, but only from time to time, on average, every second year, suffer a major relapse, mania, or depression. If you can go to the next slide, please. So bipolar affective disorder is the focus of MindPax. We try to prolong the time when the patient that has been diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder spends in remission, which is the stable state, and in between, of course, as I said, the patient goes into deep valleys of depression or high peaks of mania, sometimes experience also a mixed state, which is a situation where the patient basically feels both anxious and aggressive, so very awful feelings. And we have decided that by applying artificial intelligence to the symptoms that we can long-term monitor, we should be able to help the patients. Next slide, please. Just to give you a simple overview, how big is the problem of bipolar patients, because very often when I'm presenting the company to the investors or to the people that are not personally affected by the disease, they often see things that it's just something very small. But in reality, the treatment of bipolar patients in Europe on annual basis costs more than 100 billion euros. And there are close to 30 million people in Europe suffering from bipolar affective disorder. So in comparison, it's more than diabetes #1 people in the whole Europe. No, it's pretty large patient population. And if you will remember one number from my presentation, remember 7, because on average it takes 7 years for the doctor to find the proper medication or therapy for the patient. So 7 years after you have been diagnosed, the doctors still don't know what to do with you. Next slide, please. In MindPax, we have created a digital therapeutics tool. So it's not diagnostic. It's intended for the people that already have been diagnosed. And we are monitoring both passively and also actively the symptoms of the disease. With the wristband, we're monitoring physical activity and sleep. With the mobile phone application, we monitor with the clinically validated questionnaire the development of the mood. We also ask the patients to give us any insight on important life events and changes in medication. And we also provide the patients with targeted psychoeducation to understand what is going on, how the disease is developing, and so on. The patient gets through the mobile phone application a feedback that you can see in the circle that might remind you of radar. And this is a description of the social written stability of the person using the system. And the more regular the picture looks, the more stable is the clinical situation of the patient. We also provide all this information to the doctors, and according to the current experience with the clinical pilots that we are running already with both National Mental Health Institute here in the Czech Republic and with a few clinics in Germany, the biggest takeout for the doctors is that they have never seen this long-term view of the symptoms, and that they can validate the efficiency of the medication, that they can decide more efficiently on the therapy. And also, as we are applying artificial intelligence on the collected data, they can see remotely the current clinical status of the patient. Next slide, please. And this is a picture from our system that is being clinically used. It's based on a long-term and quite large clinical trial that we have done together with National Mental Health Institute in Prague. It was 18 months monitoring of more than 350 bipolar patients, which is really one of the biggest trial, and we found out about the actual size in comparison to the existing trials only after we went to talking to the biggest players on the market like Johnson & Johnson, and found out that the data we have is really top-notch, not only in the quality but also in the size. The picture you see is a picture that describes that the doctor can see, and it describes the current situation of a bipolar patient. It's actually a 50-year-old lady that on the first or the uppest small circles are describing the development of her mood, and the pink colors are showing that she went into mania, and the gray colors show that she went into depression. And in this case, you can see that this patient have basically never been into the stable state, and she's still cycling between mania and depression, no stability. And these are the data that we have collected within the trial before applying our solution. After we did, it basically created a situation that the doctor immediately changed the medication, and the lady is now stable and gradually getting to the remission state. And for the first time, we can see that on average, she should be sleeping simply 1 or 2 hours longer than the average of the population, the healthy population. And if she does not, it just initiates either the start of the depression or the mania if it's being medicated. So it's extreme help for doctor, and you can then see that it really helped. Next slide, please. As I was talking about the number of data, that we have been able to collect on the National Mental Health Institute study. It was, by the way, a study where there have been also 100 ambulatory psychiatrists from all over the country involved. And we have been able to really collect extremely high number of data. And these are the data entries that we can then use in our predictive analytics. The algorithms for predicting the next relapse are a subject of our pending patent. Next slide, please. Just to give you a more description of what is going on the market in digital health, in mental health specifically, there are not that many European companies that would be doing the same thing as we are. There are some of similar type companies in the US, Mindstrong being the leader, but they focus more on the diagnostics and not on the therapeutic outcomes. Also, if there is a therapy that is supported by digital health, it's usually a cognitive behavioral therapy. So on the German market, where we are playing or we are working now mostly, there are a few companies focusing on the cognitive behavioral therapy, but it's not the most efficient one for bipolar disorder. So we see really very positive responses from both the doctors and the patients. On one of the, I think, next or one more slides, I can show you the clinics that we are now working with. So next slide, please. In order to be able to do this, we have basically created a team of people that are combining the mathematical experience, clinical experience, and also the general sales and management. And we are supported by the top-notch experts. I've already mentioned Philip Spaniel from National Mental Health Institute. There are others from Germany, like Professor Korel from Charité or Professor Zing, that are the top researchers in the area of bipolar affective disorder. Next slide, please. This is how we work business-wise. Our main value proposition is basically providing the digital tool for or digital solution for the clinics or the ambulatory psychiatrists, and the payment for using the solution comes either from the private health insurance companies in Germany or the public health insurance companies. In Germany, I don't know whether it was already or will be the topic, is a new digital law in place, and many of the digital companies are now trying to get to the public reimbursement schemes under this, and it applies to Mindpex as well. Apart from the main value proposition digital solution, we also work with the clinical data, and we work on the combined therapy with pharmaceutical companies. Among the pharmaceutical companies we work with is, for example, the Italian Angelini, or we work with Johnson & Johnson and others. Next slide, please. Among our partners are, I've mentioned Johnson & Johnson. We have also been very happy to be accepted as one of the few digital health companies to the accelerator of J&J in Belgium. And as J&J is one of the few large pharma companies still working in mental health, it's a really place for us to be. We are also members of Ludwig Maximilian Uni Accelerator in Munich. And you can see the clinics that we are working at the moment with in Germany, for example, Vitos. It's one of the biggest mental health providers in Germany, or a private clinic, Schlossgraft. And today we have just received one more order from another clinic in Augsburg. So it's really working very well. So next slide, please. And just to summarize, we are, of course, a privately funded at the moment, but have been able to come up with all the clinical data only thanks to the close cooperation with National Mental Health Institute. And this month we are starting to raise our Series A financing round, mostly with the European investors. Thanks a lot, and I would appreciate any questions.
So thank you, Pavel, very much for your kind presentation. It was famous. And my question is, if are the questions here in the audience?
There is one question for the audience, and then we've got one Slido question. Excuse me, we can't hear you, probably your mic.
It was already in red, I'm sorry. I haven't perhaps captured the information from your presentation. Is your method already recognized by the insurance systems of EU or the Czech Republic, and how it can be accessed by the patient? Because the numbers you said, it's 30 million patients out of roughly 450 million population of Europe. That means every 15th person. So there will be quite a lot in the Czech Republic as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's always complicated to agree and long term to agree with public health insurance companies. So in Germany, we have decided to identify our beachhead market, or the first market to tackle is the private health insurance companies. So we started to work with Allianz and the smaller private health insurance companies. Getting to the public system in Germany, that's the new law, new digital law, and we are now applying together with support with the third biggest health insurance company in Germany, DAK, for getting full reimbursement. And in the Czech Republic, we are in a very close discussion with VZP, the main insurer, and basically try to identify how to get to the reimbursement, whether it will be some kind of a new telemedicine code, or whether we will go through uncategorized medical device reimbursement. It's an ongoing process how to get fully reimbursed in the Czech Republic and in Germany as well, in the public system.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had one more question from the audience. Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I believe that in using your digital technology, you have to analyze a number of data related to your patients. My question then, whether there is an issue of data and privacy protection, especially in the area when we try to establish a new regulatory system in the European Union, and it has become obvious that in the years to come, all the data related to our sensitive private information should be protected. So my question is simple: whether in your the development of your technology have you coped with this problem, and what was your experience with that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Of course, the data security and data privacy is a main or key topic in any kind of discussion with the health insurance companies or health authorities. So from the beginning, we have designed the system that we are not storing the personal data of the patients, and we only store the code. And then throughout the code, the doctor using the system can just connect the data from MindPacks with the actual name, diagnosis, whatever is in the hospital information system at the moment. And we are also, of course, GDPR compliant from the technical point of view. We had to go through a safe tests, and all the data are based in Europe, and for the specific expectations from the German regulations, now the data are sitting in the cloud in Frankfurt.
Good. Thank you very much. I can see our Dutch guests already packing. So if they don't have any comments, I would go for one last quick Slido question, and then we will hopefully continue with the last presentation of today by Diana. But there is still a question for MindPacks company. Are you somehow involved in finding or providing solutions relevant for the impacts of the current pandemics?
Yes, yes, because of course, being bipolar is combined with the high levels of anxiety. So very quickly after we found out that the pandemics is something more widely spread, we have initiated a activity. We call it the tips and tricks, and basically provide all the people that we have, all the patients that we have in our system and in the clinical trial with tips and tricks on how to manage their mental health as efficiently as possible. And we also provide a intervention with our in-company psychologists that in the time of the pandemic provide helps and consultation to the bipolar people that we are serving with our system.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for answering the questions, for the very interesting presentation. We wish you good luck with business in this field, and we will now try to connect to colleagues from Diana Biotechnologies company. So the question is if they are online and if their presentation is now ready. You can see Eliška nodding. So presentation is ready, I believe, and we can see our guest on the screen. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you can hear us, and hopefully we will be able to hear you.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Martin Binspier. I'm a representative of the Diana Biotechnologies, and I can't see still my slides, so I'm not sure whether you can see them.
Not at this moment, but I believe they should be on, so let's try. well, not yet, but maybe in the meantime, we could ask you for some quick introduction of yourself,
Exactly.
of your company,
I can start
of your
talking
current
without.
involvement in COVID solutions and hack the crisis and all this, which I believe we can manage without slides as well.
Exactly. So first of all, thanks for inviting us to talk on this symposium, and apology again that we are not able to participate in person due to the COVID situation. I'm here to introduce our company Dyna Biotechnologies, which is an example of a successful spin-off in the Czech Republic. We originated from the Institute of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry of the Czech Academy of Science, and we were established about 2 years ago. I will talk about it a little bit later, especially if you get the slides. This is as most of you probably know, this institute has the large and very successful history of not only the basic research, but a successful commercialization of the results of that research. The institute had many successes in commercializing and out-licensing the compounds which were discovered or co-discovered at the institute. And our company is actually not based on any specific compound. We are a little bit specific that we are actually based on the technology. The technology is called Diana. It would be helpful if I can show some slides, but if we still don't have them, I will just comment briefly. It's a biochemical technique which was developed by our CEO Václav Navrátil during his tenure at IUCB. And this is it's a biochemical method which has two areas of application. One is it can be used for very sensitive detection of the compounds, either enzymes or small molecules in biological matrices, for example, in the blood. So we can design very sensitive assays to detect some novel biomarkers, and the clear application here is in the clinical diagnostics. The second application of the technology is in the drug discovery. It's allowing very efficient screening of the small molecule compound in order to identify the active inhibitors of the enzymes or ligands to the receptors. So these were like the two areas where the potential of the technology was recognized, and why it was decided that this technology has a potential that it could be spin out and it could be commercialized. I will just make a small pause now. It will be really helpful to have the slides. If you can just update me whether there is a chance to get them.
I believe my colleagues are trying very hard to upload them, but apparently there is some technical issue. So maybe you can comment on your experience with setting up the company, what type of support you got from LCB or elsewhere, which probably we can manage without the slides.
I wanted to say that
slides would be useful for the technology itself, but maybe comment on your personal experience, motivation, how the idea to set up the company came up.
No worries. So I will tell you without the slides. So I wanted to comment on the process, how the company was developed and turned from the really internal incubated project at IUCB to the internal spin-off to what is now like really diversified biotech company. It started kind of in 2017 where after long years of internal development at IUCB, we really recognized the potential of the technology, and we started working on spinning of the company. The process actually took about 1.5 years of the negotiations. It was quite complex process where we had to find the private investors, where we had to license the technology, and where we had to set up the team to make the company independent. After this 1.5 years culminated in mid-2018 when the company was formally established, and it took about another half a year to equip the laboratories and to set up the team to really start working as a separate company. I'm just saying that just to get a realistic view to any of the potential followers who may be thinking about doing the spin-off. It's a relatively complex process, and it quite often takes time. On the other hand, after the company was set up, actually the things accelerated very quickly for us, and I think we are now a little bit like 2.5 years down the line from our initial establishment. And now I would say we are already a very diversified biotech company, which has several product segments. We already have new business lines which are not related to the original technology. And actually, we are even on the way of becoming profitable in the year 2 of our existence, which is extremely rare in the biotech sector.
Congratulations for this. I've got good news. Your slides are now available if you would like to use any of them just quickly.
Perfect. So I would ask to go to the slide 4, if you can.
Yeah, it is on.
Okay, I still can't see them, but if you okay, so just this was the summary of the timeline I was just talking about, and this is what we commented on. Maybe slide 5 then. Perfect. This is a good introduction. I mean, here I would this is how the company look like at the moment. We still have those 3 initial segments, which you can see in the middle, which were related to the original setup of the company and to the technology of the Diana. So we're still working on the development of new diagnostic techniques, mostly related to this Diana technology. We are setting up a service segment for the pharma industry, where we're providing high throughput screening, affinity profiling, and ADME testing as a service for our customers from the pharma or from the academic sector. And we also building, thanks to the large venture capital investment we got at our foundation, we are actually developing also our own drug discovery pipeline, focusing especially on the early drug discovery, where we collaborate with the academic sector. For example, we have very successful collaboration with IOCB on discovering the new compounds, which could be later used as a new treatments for influenza. I would say the last year was quite transformative in our company business, as we added like 2 very large segments which were not related to the original technology. It's first started with the development of the antibodies. We actually realized that we have very unique expertise in our company on the interface between chemistry and biology, and we are able to produce excellent first polyclonal antibodies, and now we have very unique technology to develop very quality monoclonal antibodies. This is, of course, a huge market. It's a huge market in diagnostics, huge market in therapy, even in the therapy. So we now kind of further proceeding this lead, utilizing our technology, and within 1 or 2 years, we would like to properly introduce it into the market and to become one of the leading developers and then even manufacturers of the quality monoclonal antibodies. And then I would say in March this year, the company has completely changed, as we realize, of course, we recognize a large challenge caused by the coronavirus epidemic. And we also recognize that we have an expertise in the 2 technologies which could be used to tackle it. We are very good in a PCR-based method. Our technology Diana is based on the PCR. Therefore, there is a huge expertise in the company around development of these techniques. And we also know how to do the laboratory automatization. We are doing the drug discovery. We working routinely with tens and hundred thousands of compounds, which can't be done manually. So we already since the beginning, we have the laboratory automation, the robots which are pipetting and moving the liquid samples. And when the COVID came, we realized we can use this expertise quite efficiently, and we decided we will try to do our best to help the situation and develop the very efficient, very sensitive COVID-19 tests, which would be run on the laboratory automation, and which could be then provided as a complete solution to the hospitals and to the diagnostic laboratories. We completed this development and clinical validation within an ultra short time of several months. And basically by the end of June, we had the solution ready to be deployed. We were awarded the first prize in the Czech competition called Hack the Crisis, which was organized by the Czech Invest and Ministerstvo for Industry. And that kind of started a completely new history in our company. We now, over the summer, we started deploying our tests in the hospitals and in the testing laboratories all around the country. Maybe we can switch to the next slide if you can. And at the moment, we are already covering largest Czech testing center, including the Health Institute in Ostrava, including the Bulovka hospitals. And we are pretty much every week we installing our solution in one new hospital laboratory. Within this 1 month, a little bit over the 1 month, we already performed more than 50,000 tests on our technology, and I'm quite proud to say that we are now significantly contributing to the increase of the testing capacity in the Czech Republic. So, as you can see that the development within the life of the biotech company can be very dynamic, and I think the core here is that we have really excellent group of scientists which were able to recognize the opportunity and recognize our skill set. And thanks to our investors, which also supported our development, we actually managed to turn the company around within half a year and start completely new segment. And I think now we are a really leading provider of the ultra-sensitive COVID diagnostic in the Czech Republic. We have a new products in development when we have ultra-sensitive automated tests from saliva, which we expecting to deploy within the next months. And I think until the COVID epidemic is over, probably with the development of the vaccines, I think we will be pushing hard to cover the Czech testing capacity with our products. Saying that, the company is still recognizing the other business segments. So this is the opportunity which help us to finance ourselves, which help us to further grow. And I think we would really like to continue to be diversified biotech company, which is active both in the diagnostics and in the drug discovery segment. So that was for my introduction. I would be very happy to answer any questions from the audience, whether it would be on our main business lines or about the tech transfer process, how the company was established.
Thank you very much, Martin, and congratulations for your great results and great work. And my question is for the questioners again and last in this afternoon, in this evening, please. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So congratulations on keeping an open mind and acting on business opportunities as they present themselves. When I was here and talking to some of the people in the Czech environment, they all said, well, what we're lacking is a sense of entrepreneurial spirit, but I see a lot of that here. So I don't think that's going to be a typical Czech problem. So congratulations on that. I noticed that with the three initial market segments that you were approaching, you were both doing your own drug development and providing screening services for pharmaceutical companies. Doesn't the fact that you do your own drug development scare off potential clients for your screening services?
Yes, that's a good questions. I think down the line, once we would be a very, very large and active player in the field, I think it could be a potential issue. We would need to target and build some Chinese wall. I think now it's two separate. I mean, it's separatable business. I think in terms of drug discovery services, we are mostly offering the selectivity measurements. For example, we are building the selectivity panels, screening panels, and it's focused on other targets than what we do in our drug discovery. Of course, we are a small company, and drug discovery is extremely expensive, as you know, even in the early stages. So realistically, we can only have very limited number of our own drug discovery projects. and we are only taking them into the early drug development, into some kind of med preclinical, where we would like be looking into to out-licensing them into the pharma partners. So far we haven't actually encountered this concern from our partners, and I think now it's very much as we are a technology-focused company, not really a target-focused company. We can very well separate these businesses as we are going for different targets with different partners.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Because there is nothing through Slido, and I can't see any hands in the audience. So, Martin, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us in these busy times anyway. And probably now is time to close the event today. First of all, thanks everyone for coming or following us online, because it was a bit challenging, I would say diplomatically, to organize today with all the last minute developments, but I'm glad that quite many of you decided to come, and I hope we managed to stay safe, all of us. And thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of being brave to let us use the premises and help us with all the logistics around the event, as well as big thanks to Dutch and German partners, the embassies, and all the colleagues who participated, and all the brave guests who decided to come and join us in Prague. And I believe it was a useful day to have the opportunity to actually exchange the experience from all the three countries, because my feeling was that it was not about lecturing how to do things, it was really about sharing know-how, sharing some processes, hesitations, what went wrong as well, which is important. And I believe it was the first initial event of the whole series. We would like to see either live or online or as blended events. We will see what comes next. And we've got now the fresh experience. We can be quite flexible. So thanks everyone. Thanks Transfera as well for bringing the Czech community, being part of this, and Charles University as well for helping this to happen too. So thank you, and I hope to see you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry for my party. Many thanks to Hanka and Clara from TTO of Charles University, because this is Hanka and Clara job, and we are here. Thank you, Hanka.
If I may just to clarify an issue of the program, due to the situation, we actually finally decided not to organize the glass of wine this afternoon. Anyway, and I would like to join Hannah and Eva in actually appreciating the participation of everyone at this meeting. We were very proud to host at the Černín Palais, and I would like to recognize obviously the tireless efforts of Hanna Kosova and her team, Alex and Jana Lachman from German Embassy, and Ivana from the Dutch Embassy. I think it's been a quite challenging task to organize, but as we said at the beginning, this is not, and it's not supposed to be a one-day event, but rather a launch of a process. Let me assure all of you that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to provide our support in coming weeks and months and years of forging the partnership between the Czech, the Dutch, and the German entrepreneurs and universities. So thank you very much. And
if I may add just a couple of words on behalf of the Netherlands Embassy, thank you very much all our guests for coming. Thank you our partners in organization of the event to be so cooperative and helpful. And as the last word, I would say thanks to our Dutch participants for coming, because they will pay for that by the forced quarantine, because as of today the Dutch government imposed the new travel measures. So our guests will have to stay in the quarantine. So thanks for coming.
Okay. Thank you for time to go home. Yeah.